The following contest from Denver, Colorado, weighing in at Little Homie Don.
Oh, I can't wait to see this one.
Of all the superstars on the roster, this guy is amongst the hardest working. That goes without saying.
Definitely shout out to Don Chaos. We know you got our back, and we got your back too, man. Denver, Colorado all day, brother. We're definitely going to hook up with you. Much love to Carnival Spirits for putting us on as well on this YouTube, man.
Shout out to you, Don Chaos, for, what is this episode, like 126 or something like that?
Yes, sir.
You've been putting in work, bro. Respect. Y'all doing some shit for the community, and the fam out there appreciate it. So just keep doing what y'all doing, you know what I mean?
Congrats to Don Chaos for 1,000 subscribers. Whoop, whoop.
Keep it going, man.
Congratulations, Don Chaos. Yes, keep it going, man. Good luck to you, fucking Don Chaos, and fucking hell yeah on your 1,000 fucking followers.
You know who it is. It's Ouija Mac, bitch. Shout out to Carnival Spirits. And fucking shout out to Don Chaos one time. You know what's going on.
This is my brother. Everyone, Don Chaos and Brother Lynch Hung here.
Yeah, and Carnival Spirits, what's up, man? Don Chaos, what's up? It's your boy Brother Lynch Hung. We out here tonight. Let's go.
Fuego Flays and my nigga Don Chaos. What's going on, B? It's my brother right here, my boy. Excuse the left.
Yo, what up, y'all? This is Don Chaos, and I'm with a very legendary man. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Hey, Sean. Yeah, we at the gathering, y'all.
Podcast/radio show of the year. This one's always controversial. Coming in number one, we got Hours of Chaos with Don Chaos. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, there. Congratulations, man. Don Chaos, Hours of Chaos.
Yo, what is up, everyone? Y'all already know who this is. This is Mr. D to the O to the N to the C to the H to the A to the O to the S, your friendly neighborhood Juggalo, the Karma Millionaire. If you don't know, now you know. And if you still don't know, well, then it sucks to be you. Back with the Hours of Chaos podcast, episode 154, y'all. Holy shit, y'all. We are so close to the 300th episode of this show. And this show's been going strong. Next year will be 8 years. So I've been doing the shows 7 years, but I've been doing YouTube content for 13 years. Of course, we are going to be joined by Shovel of Precious Juggalos. He is in the green room right now. So let's go ahead and get to it. Cheers, y'all. I decided to have a drink tonight. Anyone wonder what I'm drinking? This is my good old friend, Jack Daniels. They're like doing these flavored drinks with Jack Daniels. This is like watermelon, and it's so fucking good. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring our guest on right now. Shovel of Precious Juggalos. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, Don?
What's up? How goes it?
It's going all right. I'm still sipping on some grape Faygo. Nothing fancy, just some classic Faygo.
Oh, yeah, that flavor is really good. If you ever have it with vanilla ice cream, oh my God.
Man, my buddy, he boils hot dogs in his grape Faygo. I haven't tried that yet, but he swears by it.
Right. Well, that's good that you're able to get Faygo in your area. Like me, I need to, because I haven't been back to Colorado in almost 2 years, I need to actually go hunting for it now. I used to know places that carried it.
Oh, I've got my spots, and I don't get everything. I get like half of the menu.
Right.
So anytime I'm out of town, I'm always looking for the Faygo I can't get at home.
Yeah, that's like what I do, especially if I'm in like any of the Midwestern states, especially Ohio and Michigan.
Yeah, I got my family is trained now. They know that if we see a sketchy grocery store or a mom and pop gas station or whatever, we're gonna be pulling off because I'm gonna be checking to see what they got.
But I also learned now if you go to grocery stores and recommend it, they will order it for you, which is cool.
Yeah, that's what people keep saying, and I need to have a conversation with the shop that I go to and see if they can get more flavors. But I mean, they give fireworks, so I'm not gonna get mad at that. Firework is amazing. It's one of the best things ever.
Oh yeah, and they used to sell some flavors here, and then they stopped selling them. Like way back in the day, you used to be able to get blue moon mist here. Now they just have green, which everyone knows what green tastes like. It's basically Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah.
But the blue one is so good. So when I went to Detroit one year, I got that because in Detroit, they obviously have every flavor. I'm like, oh my God, I have not had this flavor since like 2002 or 2003.
I keep good friends that take care of me when it comes to Faygo. They'll send me care packages with Faygo because they know I can't get everything. So that's what family's for.
Oh, even a homie of mine said there's Faygo like flavored hot dogs. Apparently they're good.
Yeah. That's like I was saying. My buddy, he said it. I think he said he learned about it at the gathering. But yeah, boiling your hot dogs in grape Faygo, it looks terrible. He's shown pictures, and it's like straight up purple hot dogs, so it's dark and it kind of looks more like what comes out of somebody after they had too many hot dogs. But he swears it's good. One of these days I'll try it.
And I've learned that with some food throughout the years. It may look good, but it's look gross, but it's actually probably good.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, fun fact, I was born in Germany, raised in the States, but German food, a lot of it is that way. It'll look real just nasty.
But it's freaking good.
Oh, it's so good. German food's amazing. People don't even know. Don't sleep on German food.
Oh yeah, and when I do want to have a beer every now and then, because I'm picky when it comes to beer, I do love some German beer.
Oh yeah, man. It's because they have standards.
Exactly. Yeah. So for those who don't know who you are, give a little brief introduction, who you are, sure, where you're from.
Yeah, so I'm Shovel, like the shirt says. I'm the guy behind Precious Juggalos. I don't know if you've seen any of my art out and about, but I'm that guy. Like I said, I was born in Germany, but I grew up here in the States. Really, like right now I live in Kansas City. I grew up around Kansas City, so I'm all about Kansas City and all things Kansas City. So of course, Tech 9 is kind of a big deal around here. And I've been a Tech fan for, I don't know, since Tech has been a thing. And being that I'm from around here, most of us have spent some time hanging out. If you're anything with music in Kansas City, you've been around Tech. And, and so I know Tech as the nerdy dude that plays PlayStation and doesn't really want to hang out and chat with people because he's just such a nerd, which is awesome. Most people don't know him to be that guy because that's not what he looks like up on stage. But back home, that's all it is. It's PlayStation, and just, if you want to play online with him, then we're good. But otherwise, he just wants to be left alone. He's a rad dude. I like him a lot. He's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, and all the times when I've interacted with him, he's just been a humble, chill dude.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And a cool thing about him is so obviously the Kansas City Chiefs are kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Tech 9's a huge Chiefs fan, as we all are. So as the Chiefs have kind of been, taking off and winning all the Super Bowls and doing all the things, Tech 9 has been like kind of their hype man a little bit, and it's been really cool to see because he's been doing exclusive clothing and stuff that they only sell at the stadium. Like, it's crazy the things that they've partnered with. It's one of those things, like, if you're not in the city, then you don't see that those things are happening. Like, their Chiefs rallies are just out of sight because Tech is always going to be there, and he brings the heat every time he's around.
Oh yeah, and I love the official fight song he did for him. Red Kingdom.
Yeah.
I always bump that song in the car.
Red Kingdom.
I remember the first time I was driving to Kansas City to go to a show, and the second me and my friends pull up to Kansas City, we're like bumping that song on the radio live.
Well, I mean, if you go through his catalog, pretty much every album he's got something that's just a Kansas City banger, because he's always represented the city. He's a lover of this city and this area, and
that's one thing I love about, and I love that about rappers, where some rappers never shout out their home city. Tech always shows love to his home city, no matter what, and he still lives there. He just lives on the outskirts.
Yeah. I mean, and that's another cool thing about him. Like strange music has always been here, has never, even though everybody has in the industry has tried to like pull them out to California or do whatever that all the rap stars are supposed to do. He's like flat out, no, we're staying in Independence. That's the way it's going to be. Just leave it that way. And what is actually cool about that is when the rappers do come to our area to put on shows or whatever, they'll actually have strange music on standby. So if they're in our city and they feel like they've got a track that needs to get laid down, then they head over to Strange Music and they actually record in their studio. They'll keep it open 24/7 while that artist is in our city, just in case. And it happens a lot. You wouldn't. That's industry stuff. It's so weird. I used to be a chauffeur, oddly enough, and that was one of my jobs. Was I because of some of the background I have, I would get some of the bigger clientele, and so a lot of like rappers and stuff, and so I would be on standby with them in case we needed to go to Strange Music. It's such a weird, I don't know, the world is weird. There's so much to it that if you never get invited into it, you'll never know about it, and it just is what it is, and we all have that in our lives.
Oh yeah, and I've noticed, especially Kansas City and just Missouri in general, they got like a really good rap scene. Like not just Kansas City, but you have like St. Louis, because you have Nelly and shit from St. Louis.
Yeah, we don't talk about St. Louis though.
Yeah, I always learned that St. Louis and KC kind of like have a little
we beef. And it's all right because we're winning. St. Louis is doing this, Kansas City's doing that, so it's all good.
Although one of my favorite rappers that was on Strange Music, I believe he was from St. Louis. Was that like Stevie Stone?
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's okay.
and that's one thing I always loved about Strange Music, is they would put on like a lot of Kansas City rappers.
Yeah, they like go out on a limb for people. If they see that people are willing to put in the work, then they'll support that every time. And that's ICP's the same way. That's they've always been that way, and that's what I've always really appreciated about it, the Insane Clown Posse and the universe that they've created around them for like the last 40 years, which is crazy to think about.
Right.
Is that everything is DIY with them. Like they just, if it doesn't already exist, then they're going to make it happen. They're going to make it exist. And if they can't do it, they'll find somebody that will, and they'll bring them into the family. And it's just always been that way. And because of that, over the years, they've built this empire that it's untouchable. A lot of other artists don't have what ICP has built, and it's something to definitely be celebrated. Even if you're not, like a straight up juggalo, you got to appreciate the game there. Like it's not something I've seen with really any other music artists. Like it's just not a thing.
And they've influenced a lot of people. I've even heard I've heard of interview with Travis of Strange Music saying that a lot of his business stuff was inspired by Psychopathic.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I've always liked, especially everyone. This is how old I feel, even though I'm not that old. But remember back when we had the big 3 labels, it was Psychopathic, Suburban Noise, and Strange Music.
Yeah.
And then you could even say back in the day, because this label was going good for a while, Funk Volume.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen like a lot of talented Kansas City artists when I went there for like a Brother Lynch Hung show, and like there were so many talented KC acts performing there. There was this one chick, I don't know what her name was, but she was talented. She gave me like a Gangsta Boo of 3-6 Mafia vibes. She was dope.
Well, go ahead.
And then, of course, when we went to that show, X-Rated was at that show, and then we seen a picture that same night of X-Rated, Brother Lynch, and Tech all like hanging out and stuff. It was dope.
Yeah, there's an interesting relationship between Brother Lynch and Tech Nine.
Yeah, I guess
and
like
there's
back. And I guess there's an interview recently with X-Rated. He talked about how he actually helped squash the beef between them, which is good.
Yeah. I mean, when you're getting older too, man, you can't let that stuff ride. You got to get over it.
Oh yeah, and I've always loved Brother Lynch Hung and Tech. Like the music they do together is amazing.
Yeah. Well, and I know Tech always looked up to Brother Lynch because you know, one came before the other, and
exactly
that obviously Tech was influenced by Brother Lynch Hung. There's no way around that.
Yeah, just like when I try to tell people, like, even though people try to disprove it, I'm like, if you listen to early Eminem, you can hear Brother Lynch Hung influence when you hear early Eminem.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Especially when I tell people, yes, Eminem has those radio hits, but you listen to a full-length Eminem album, he talks about some crazy fucked up shit.
Oh yeah, he's dark, super dark. Yeah.
Oh, and I always tell people he's like if ICP was just like one person, basically.
Right. Yeah.
but I like how he's been giving them more props now. I'm glad they squashed whatever they had going on.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that just comes with age. Like as we all get older, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say we all get over whatever beef we have. Some of us will just grip it and rip it till the day we die, and that's just no way to live, man. You don't want to go to your grave like having hate. There's no reason for that. Even if you don't like a person, like it's okay to disagree with someone and not even necessarily want to be around them, but to have just straight up hate in your heart, you don't need all that. That doesn't help anything.
Exactly. And now we're going to get into some of the questions. So everyone wants to know a little bit. What is your like Juggalo origin story, as we call it?
It's probably not going to sound good because mine isn't very deep, man. So I'm a little older. I'm in my 40s. So back in the mid-late 90s was really like kind of prime time for Insane Clown Posse back in the day, you know what I mean? So when Riddlebox came out, some of my buddies back in high school were just jamming that album. And this was like when we were just starting to get like own our own cars and driving around doing our own thing. So of course we're bumping the most offensive stuff we can find. You know what I mean?
That was the 90s for
ICP. Yeah. So and Brother Lynch Hung. But yeah, so we were just jamming to Riddlebox all the time, and so I ended up buying my own copy of Riddlebox, listened to it in my car, loved it. Ended up buying a copy of The Great Malenko. It didn't hit me quite the same as Riddlebox did. Like it felt like it was about half of it was really like connecting or really hitting. But Riddlebox, like front to back, I could listen to it all day long, every song, no skips. Love it.
Yeah, that's my favorite Joker's card too. And I know a lot of Juggalos have a Joker card that like really speaks to them. And I think that's why I've always loved the Riddle Box, because the theme about it is the mysteries of life and where do you end up when you die.
Well, so I'm a huge Edgar Allan Poe fan too.
That too.
Oh, dude, that track, that just Old Evil Eye is just, I'd never heard rappers that were like literary. You know what I mean? Like there was nobody that was quoting classic literature.
Exactly.
Or representing it like they did with that track. And so that fascinated me. But then after I left high school, you know, started getting into my career, going to college, whatever. And ICP was just like not a thing for me. And it wasn't necessarily that I, you know, it wasn't something happened where I was like, nah, that's stupid, I'm not doing that anymore. It just, you know, it's one of those things. Like I just moved on and kind of forgot. Even though I was aware that the Clowns were, like I said, building the empire that they have today. Like I was acutely aware of it because I'm from the Midwest, and they, you know, they're always touring, and they were going through all the towns. So they'd be in Pittsburgh, Kansas. I would hear about it. You know, they'd be at the Walmart parking lot after their show in Pittsburgh, hanging out with people, just being cool. I would hear about it. Sometimes I would be able to catch it. And it was a thing. I wasn't seeing the shows and I wasn't listening to the albums, but I was still like aware.
Yeah, you were still paying attention to a degree.
Yeah, but I didn't have any idea that there was anything outside of ICP. Like there were other artists that they were signing, you know, more people to Psychopathic. I had no clue. To me, it was just ICP. Exactly. So then when fast forward 30 years or whatever, I started screwing around with this painting thing, and I'm really not an artist. Like I can't just do whatever I want. I've tried. But for whatever reason, painting Juggalo faces is like it's like I'm Rain Man for that stuff. It's weird. So I just started painting just as a creative release for myself. And it only just started a couple of years ago. So then obviously I start streaming this and I start showing people what I'm doing. I start selling it. So the Juggalos start coming to me and they're like, you know, oh, who is this guy? You know? And so thankfully I kind of got hooked up with a good crowd. I was part of a Discord server that then kind of split off to an even better Discord server where I was exposed to the Juggalo universe that I'd missed for all these years. And it's crazy. Like I'm seriously going through the back catalog now. You know, I may have missed it all while I was doing my own thing, but I'm playing catch up now, and dude, I'm impressed. Like it I still love the Clowns, you know, but when somebody first was like, oh, you got to listen to Ouija Mac, I was like, oh, what is even that? I don't know what that is. And I checked out a video and I was like, man, I don't know. You know, it doesn't look like something I'd be into. And then it is what it is, just like Riddlebox in the car. The first time I started bumping it while I went on a road trip, Ouija Mac, all about it.
Exactly. That's one thing about Ouija Mac. Like people will always tell me outside that he raps about nonsense. I'm like, so does ICP, but Ouija's like ICP. If you dig deep, he talks about some real personal shit.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. And that's kind of at the surface level. I didn't like it like at all. And I heard that people were complaining too. You know, I heard that, you know, old school jugs are not all about him or whatever. And so for a second I was like, wait, am I an old school jug?
I know. And I'll always counter that with people. I'm like, I'm an old school Juggalo since '98 and I love Ouija and I love Ouija.
Yeah. Well, and now I'll rep him till the end. Because at this point, I'm more fascinated by him than I am with, you know, what the Clowns are up to, you know, and that's not a diss. That's like not a negative. Right. I'm super stoked for what I found there. And you know, to the point that, you know, I even made a custom piece for him, which he got, and now it's in his house. And every time he shows a video of him screwing around in his living room, I'm like, hey man, I painted that.
Oh yeah.
I see that.
Yeah, and he's like the nicest person like on the planet.
I know. I really want to meet him. I was hoping to go for the Trail of Terror tour or train.
Train.
Yeah. They're coming to Columbia, Missouri, which isn't too far for me from Kansas City. And I was really looking forward to seeing Ouija as an opener. And I missed out. Tickets sold out. And dude, resale tickets are absurd. What in the world?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Initial tickets, it was like $36. And I thought, holy cow, what a bargain. Like you're getting wrestling, you're getting all these openers, and you're getting the clowns on a Halloween tour. It's going to be just insane. And now it's like buying it off the street. They're like $150.
Oh yeah, and Ouija puts on a good live show. And I always tell people, yes, he's short, but when he's on that stage, he's like 10 feet tall.
Yeah. He's a showman. I worked in the music industry for a bit, and you either are or you are not a showman. If you're not a showman, your music has to be really, really good to make up for it.
And that's one thing I've always loved about the clowns is their stage presence. I love when every time I see them, their stage is set up different and stuff.
Yeah, they know. They definitely they definitely took a lot of notes from the playbook of Alice Cooper, because I've been to some Alice Cooper shows, and there are some things that he'll carry from one show to the next, but there's a lot of things where every show is unique, and his set pieces are always huge, and it's even if it's on a podunk stage at a casino in Oklahoma, it's still an amazing show. Outstanding. And I know the clowns have definitely taken a lot of what Alice Cooper brought to the stage, and they've brought it to their own. And that's cool to see too, seeing those worlds come together.
Yeah, and you said about Tech 9, so how did you, when you found out that Tech and ICP were starting to do more stuff together, how did you react to that?
Well, so I didn't know that was a thing until recently, for real. So then, that was another worlds colliding thing where I was like, whoa. I was liking this over here and this over there, and I never really thought about it that it makes sense that they go together. And so it felt like an idiot for a minute, for real.
And it's crazy when a lot of the artists we listen to are aging like a fine wine, with rappers, with Tech. I've seen him 2 years ago. That man still holds a good stage presence like no other.
Yeah, and he's not a spring chicken.
I was the way that he's able to potluck and dance at 50 some years old, that's crazy.
Right. Yeah. And even again, just going back to Kansas City stuff, when he gets down at at a Chiefs rally, dude, he gets down hard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's rad. I like him a lot.
And I've always told people yes, he might have started out as a rapper, but I've never viewed him as a rapper. I view him as an artist. He could do a straight singing song. He could do a straight rock and metal song and nail it.
Well, and I think that's part of being a showman too, because he obviously is too. And I think that's where you show that you are an artist, because it's not, you can focus all of your creativity into just the music itself, and that's fine. But to really take it to the next level, you got to focus on how it's packaged. How are you presenting it? How are people seeing it? And when there's musicians that figure that out and really put all the pieces together, that's a real artist to me.
And I think that goes back to his roots. Anyone knows he was raised on all types of music and stuff.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and I think part of that is being from this city. We used to have some really, really killer radio stations back in the day. There was actually one. It was 105.9 The Laser back in the day, and it was an independent station, but it was always making the top 10 lists of just best rock station, and they were playing everything. It wasn't just every other song was AC/DC.
Oh yeah.
It was I was hearing REM on the radio before REM was on MTV. And that was crazy. And I was hearing Two Skinny Jays. Have you ever heard them?
The name sounds familiar.
Oh, dude. Speaking of showmen, those guys were showmen. But like a group like that was on this radio station. And I know Tech was hearing what I was hearing when we were young. And it, between the Nirvana songs, we were hearing stuff like that. And it shows. Like, I think Tech's a little bit older than me, but not too much. So I'm pretty sure he and I were hearing the same things at the same time. And it's why I am the way I am too. Same reason.
Oh yeah, I start to like feel old when I'm starting to hear like 90s like rock playing on the classic rock station. Like a few years ago when I was starting to hear Green Day on the classic rock station, I'm like, oh my god. Geez.
Yeah. That my kids are starting to get into the music that I like.
That's always a cool thing because that's how I started loving music. Like in our household, you always heard classic rock, Prince, Michael Jackson, and all that other good old happy stuff.
Yeah. Well, and I've never thrown away a CD. So anytime I've bought a CD, I still have it. And I'm down in the basement of my house right now, but I've got these giant flip books of CDs, including my original Riddlebox album is over there. So because of that, like, streaming is all well and good or whatever, but you can't get everything, even though they try to pretend like, oh, Spotify has it. No, they don't. They really don't. What I have in those books over there, I can't find on Spotify. So to be able to be like, okay, you're listening to that, to my kids saying that, I hear what you're listening to. Now let me introduce you to something that sounds in the same vein or inspired by this CD. Listen to this. Tell me what you think.
That's how my niece and nephew be. They're starting to like really dig into like old music that I grew up in and that my parents grew up listening to. It's really cool. Like my niece's boyfriend, he loves Jimi Hendrix. I'm like, high five.
Yeah, Jimmy was actually one of the first rock artists that I listened to as a kid. My dad had like 8 or 9 8-track tapes. There was like the Easy Rider soundtrack, and then he had a couple of different Jimmys, and then he had like a Led Zeppelin or something. So I'd pop that in the 8-track player, put the headset on, and I would just jam out. And the crazy thing is, if you met my dad, he doesn't look like that guy, and he really isn't that guy. Why he had those 8 tracks, I don't know, but I'm glad he did, because it influenced me. And I'm talking like, 8 years old. I'm listening to that stuff and just soaking it all in, because man, good music is good music. It doesn't matter how old it is. It doesn't matter what genre it is. If it's good, it's good. You got to recognize that.
Oh yeah, and I always tell people that how you know music is good and timeless. If music can reach more than one generation, that's how you know that artist is timeless. Like ICP is the same way. ICP has reached multiple generations of people. It's crazy,
and they're still doing it.
Yeah, like same with Tech.
Yeah, right. Yeah, even with not like putting out music, doing things like the Shaggy Show. That is introducing that face to the next generation that then will hopefully be like, well, why is he a clown? Let me check that out.
Exactly.
So yeah, I love that they're both still active. It's weird to kind of see that they're kind of pursuing their own interests, but it's also, it's like a married couple, man. I've been married long enough to know that if you try to be like on each other's backs all the time, you're gonna kill each other. It's not gonna last.
Exactly. And I love how they've always adapted with the times and stuff.
Yeah.
With that, but they've always stayed true to themselves while doing that.
Yeah, and that's what I love about it. Like them talking about how they're not going to be touring as much anymore and this and that and the other. It doesn't bother me a bit. Like all that means to me is when they do that show, you better go to it, because they're building up what would have been a 3-month tour. They're putting into one show. So you better go check that show out, because it's going to be amazing.
And I've even told people when they do that farewell tour, I'll definitely go. But even when they stop officially touring, you'll still be able to see them at the gathering and all that stuff.
Oh, and I guarantee you they're gonna keep doing Halloween shows.
Oh yeah,
Guarantee
they said they'll still do The Gathering, they'll still do Hall of Wicked, they'll still do Juggalo Weekend and Ballers.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Because a lot of people don't know, touring for some people is very exhausting.
Oh, 100% it is.
Especially when you're ICP, and especially in the 90s. Remember all the stuff they used to do during their show? Jay and Shaggy would jump into the fucking crowd and shit.
Well, and I mean, if you're a musician that's only taking like a month or two off a year, I don't think people understand what that actually means. Like, if you're touring for 10 months out of the year, you're playing 5 nights a week, more than likely.
Exactly.
So 5 nights a week, 10 months a year. Somebody do the math real fast. That's 20 nights a month times 10 months, 200 nights, right? Give or take. 200 live shows a year.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
Nuts. And to be able to have that longevity is insane. And yeah, that will burn you out. If we, like, your job, your day-to-day job, right?
Yep.
It wears you out, and you're sitting for most of it, right? Most of us are, I assume. Maybe some of us are doing manual stuff, but
I mean, I did manual work all the time when I was working. I always did like physical work.
I used to. I'm an old man now, so so I sit at a desk. But point being, that I'm not doing much. I'm just getting fat and getting old. When you're playing live shows, you can't just sit there. You've got to put on the show. So those 200 nights a year of just balls to the wall, full energy is taxing. It wears you down. I mean, that's why so many artists end up, addicted to whatever they may be addicted to, or, trying to find different ways to keep the ball rolling. I mean, it kind of like what we were talking about earlier, like you end up getting chemically imbalanced because you're pushing so hard that now your body is adapted to, well, this is how it is. And so if you try to stop, it's really hard. It's a hard life.
Yeah. And like most artists now, when they're taking time from touring, some of them like work out. Like I know Tech Nine works out a lot when he's not touring.
Yeah. You got to be active one way or another. Yeah.
And even ICP, they're still killing it. I remember when I last saw them, it was like a few years ago. I'm like, damn, they're still going.
Yeah, especially like you see Jay. He's not a small guy. We can say that.
Yeah, he's tall as hell.
Right, and if you see him off stage, it looks like, he looks his age. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't look like he's spry. He looks like he's moving kind of slow. But once he gets up on that stage, he's right back in it.
I guess that's why you call it crowd energy. And that's like the same with my other favorite band of all time, Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
How they're able to do all that and still like move, like, and be in their age in their 70s, still doing great shows.
It's insane.
We always make a joke and say Mick Jagger must have made a deal with the devil or something.
Oh, yeah.
Because how Mick Jagger is able to do what he does at his age, I'm shocked. I'm like, maybe he's just on a good, healthy diet. Who knows? I mean, I know he did hard drugs back in the day.
Yeah, he did. Which makes it even more crazy that he's still going. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne's another one. I
love Ozzy. Like I've always told people, when Ozzy goes, that's the day that my heart will like literally break, because Ozzy's one of those people, no matter how much he ages, his stage presence is still phenomenal.
Yeah. Crazy. Alice Cooper, actually. So here in Kansas City, I work for a convention. Actually, it's Planet Comic-Con, little plug. And it's like a nerd convention. So they have actors and creators and, movie stars and all yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Comic-Con. So we've had Alice Cooper before,
Mm-hmm.
and when he's like seeing his fans,
Mm-hmm.
he's got his makeup on, he's got his hair all done up, and
Mm-hmm.
all the things. He's wearing his black leather, and he's Alice Cooper. As soon as he is done and walking away from his booth, he'll wipe off the makeup. He puts on a ball cap, and he just looks like anybody's grandpa. It's crazy. And he can just literally walk down the hallway of the convention center. Nobody looks twice. Nobody has any idea that it's him.
It's like the same with Steven Tyler. Now, Steven Tyler, when you see how he looks now, I say he looks like an old grandma, basically.
Oh, Steven Tyler. So his look now is weird. 100%.
Yeah, he looks like an old lady, basically.
Yeah. I will say though, Liv Tyler, whew, she's always been. I've always had a crush on that one. Always will. If you're watching Liv,
a lot of people don't think she's a great actress. I think she is.
I've always really enjoyed her. Always have. Yeah.
Like Armageddon, she was dope in there. I mean, come on, who doesn't love her in the Lord of the Rings movies? She's
I
awesome.
know, right? Well, and like that thing you do, dude, crushed it. Like when she drops her little tears, makes me want to cry.
Hell yeah. Now, I don't know if you're an old wrestling fan, but even I learned from my wrestling history that Missouri, especially Kansas City, was really big in the old wrestling days.
Yeah. That's another funny thing with the Juggalodium is the whole professional wrestling thing.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand. Like I was a wrestling fan before I was ever a Juggalo, and that's kind of how I found out about ICP. Like, yeah, I was seeing them on the news, but when I seen them in WWE, I didn't know they were artists. I actually thought they were a wrestling tag team.
Well, and I mean, so that's another, like, with the age that I am, I grew up in some prime wrestling days, Hulkamania, Macho Man Randy Savage, Undertaker, like just an incredible time to watch wrestling. So yeah, you couldn't be a kid in the 80s and 90s and not love pro wrestling.
Yeah.
So, but it was kind of like ICP. Like I loved it as a kid and then just kind of forgot about it. But I started watching it again just a few years back with my kids. We just started watching on Friday nights and love it.
Like for some reason, now that Triple H is like in charge, like you can tell he knows what he's doing, which is cool.
Yeah, it's so sad that not sad. It's good that all the McMahon stuff came out,
Exactly, and I told people, yes, as a human being, he's a scumbag, but I won't ever doubt that man for giving me great memories of wrestling growing up.
Yeah, he definitely a showman. Back to that thing, and
he's a really good businessman when it comes to shit.
It's just he, I don't know, he got that God complex thing going that is. I mean, it happens in all different arenas. It happens in music. It happens in Hollywood. People just become such a big deal in one specific lane of humanity. And they think they can do anything. And that definitely happened to McMahon.
But I heard that documentary about him that Netflix just released is actually really good.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet. I do and I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like the more I hear about what he was really doing, the more I'm just like, yeah, that's so gross. I want to body slam him myself because he's just such a douchebag.
Yeah, but wrestling for me, like what I love about wrestling, my favorite eras is I watch even wrestling from the 70s, and that's way before I was born because that's still good. I like wrestling from the 70s, 80s, and like mid 2000s.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Glow, on Netflix about the ladies wrestling?
I think so. I heard it's really good.
It is, yeah. And I had forgotten that was a thing, that league. I'm glad they put that out because it really is a thing. And there was a lot of talent, like just like in the series, it was a bunch of people trying to make money off of pretty girls, rolling around with each other. But there were also really good female wrestlers in there. And I'm glad that series kind of brought them back to the forefront, and they did actually talk about the real wrestlers, because I think it matters, man.
Oh yeah, like one of my other favorite series to watch, because like a lot of people don't realize professional wrestlers have it rough, so that's why like one of my favorite series is Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah.
Like I showed my ex that, and she knew wrestlers kind of had it rough, but when she's seen that documentary, she's like, holy shit, they do have it rough.
Well, and the movie The Wrestler, man, that
movie makes me cry. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, dude, me too. When he's doing his final jump off the top rope,
knowing that his heart is failing and stuff,
and it's making my heart fail. It rips your heart out of your chest. That movie,
yeah, and then it makes you question at the end: did he die in the ring doing what he loved? What happened?
I hope.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke is a great actor.
Oh, dude, he crushed that movie.
And then you have Bruce Springsteen, who did the phenomenal song for that movie.
Yeah. Man, I've been a Springsteen fan for a long time, too. I like a lot of music. Pretty diverse.
Same here. I tell people I'm pretty diverse when it comes to music, and that's why every time when I watch The Sopranos, I always point to Silvio. I'm like, that's the dude that's in Bruce Springsteen's band. That guy, I think that was like the first ever acting role he did. I'm like, wow, for that being his first acting role, he did a good job.
Yeah.
Like,
he did a lot of acting on stage with Springsteen.
Yeah, like my two favorite characters on Sopranos has always been Paulie and then Sil.
Yeah.
Just like his mannerisms and what he does with his hands and face.
Yeah.
That's like my top show of like all time. That show never gets old.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got just a good vibe overall. Good vibe.
Yeah, and a lot of shows now you can tell were influenced by Sopranos, because every time when you watch a series now, you feel like you're like watching a movie instead of a series. You're just like watching a big long movie.
Yeah.
And I
Did you watch the Fallout series on Amazon Prime?
I haven't yet.
Oh man, speaking of looking like a movie, dude, it looks so good. It's a really good series. If you're into Fallout.
I heard the Halo series is good too, but that was actually supposed to be a movie. And fun fact, the guy that was supposed to direct the Halo movie was going to be Peter Jackson. That would have been dope.
Well, and do you know who Master Chief was supposed to be?
Who?
Bruce Willis.
That would have been dope.
Yeah, perfect. It would have been perfect, but it never happened. Bummer.
It sucks about Bruce Willis now with his health.
I know. He was an actor that I've always really, really enjoyed.
Same.
Do you know he's a musician too?
Did not know that.
Yeah, you should look up. He's got an album called The Revenge of Bruno, I think is what it's called. I've got it on vinyl. He plays the blues, and he's actually pretty decent.
Well, I knew he could sing because in some of these movies I would watch, he would actually sing a little bit.
Yeah, he sings and plays harmonica. Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite movie that he did is I wish it would have been like a movie series, because I said that would have been our generation's like Star Trek or Star Wars, but The Fifth Element should have been like a famous sci-fi series.
Man, The Fifth Element is one of my favorites of all time. Yeah.
That movie is like what they call a cult classic. I love that movie.
Yeah. Well, and everything about it is so atypical. Like having the director is actually a fashion designer, and then
Chris Tucker's character is funny.
Yeah, Chris Tucker's in there.
He's like, I always say he's like a futuristic version of Prince and Michael Jackson.
Right? Yeah. It's such a good movie. I love it. Yeah.
Well, damn, that breaks my heart now just reading that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen some videos of Bruce with his family, and it's like you always hear he has good and bad days, and sometimes he realizes what is happening around him, and other times he doesn't. And
Yeah,
It's just so rough.
I watched my grandma like battle Alzheimer's for 7 years, so it's heartbreaking to see someone who's like very sharp and aware and very smart to like slowly see them decline, and then sometimes they have good days.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, he's also a dude that you always saw. Well, not always. He wasn't always the tough guy, but in a lot of movies he was. He was just this strong, able-bodied man that could just take on the world, that would die hard. And so it's hard to see him slowly dying soft. And when you almost want him to die like Mickey Rourke in The Wrestler. You want him to go out in a blaze of glory, but not really.
Yeah, like he could even do those serious roles. Like I always tell people, if the movie Armageddon does not make you cry, then I don't know what to tell you.
So I saw that movie.
Bruce Willis in that movie, especially the end, when he's like, "You take care of my daughter now.
Yeah.
That's your job." I always start crying.
So I saw that movie at the drive-in theater. I took a girl that I had a huge crush on from high school, and like just a couple of days before, her dad left her family, and it was like real messy, real bad. Turned out he was a real bad guy. And so we went to go see that movie at the drive-in, and it gets to the scene of them separating, and he's basically telling her that he's gonna die, and I'm just kind of blissfully unaware, just sitting in my seat of my car, my Ford Tempo, watching the drive-in theater movie, and then I start to hear this girl breaking down in the other seat, and it starts to dawn on me, oh yeah, she just lost her dad. Like, this is not good.
Yeah, that's just such a great movie. Like the acting in it, just there's a star-studded acting cast in that movie too.
Oh yeah, it had a great cast all around. Yeah,
like so many I can't even name. Like Owen Wilson obviously was in that movie.
Right. Yeah. Oh dang.
A young ass like Ben Affleck.
Yeah, Ben Affleck was in it. Now you got me trying to think of who all was in that movie, because it was a great cast.
Obviously, Liv Tyler was in that movie.
Yeah.
Bear, the big muscular dude, he was in there. That guy's no longer alive though.
Yeah, I was trying to think of his name.
All I know is he was in the Green Mile.
He was in the Green Mile, yeah.
And
he was good in that too.
Yeah, and he was in Daredevil, which he played a phenomenal Kingpin. I don't care what anyone says. Speaking of that, Ben Affleck was in that movie too. Michael Clark Duncan was in that movie.
That's the guy we're talking about. Yeah.
Even Billy Bob Thornton was in that movie.
Yeah, Steve Buscemi. That's who I was trying to think of. So Billy Bob Thornton, he's a musician too.
Did not know that.
Fun fact. Yeah, I went to go see his band live once. Not so good.
And
have you ever heard the band They Might Be Giants?
Nope.
Okay, well I'm sure somebody that's watching right now has seen heard They Might Be Giants. It was like a uninspired version of They Might Be Giants, trying to sound like garage rock. It was weird. It was very weird, with like a 50s twinge to it. Also, he's super small. Like Billy Bob Thornton, I swear he's like 5'2". Tiny man.
It's like, maybe you should just stick to acting, buddy.
He's good at that. What we need him to do, for real, we need him to write another movie. Because Sling Blade, dude, that is one of the best movies that has ever been made. The writing in that movie, phenomenal.
Yeah, and I've always loved him like when he's in serious roles, but I love when he shines. Like when he's in a comedy movie, he shines.
Oh yeah, like Bad Santa.
Yeah, like I always tell people, when he gets angry in movies, especially Bad Santa, you don't even think he's acting. You think that's him really getting pissed off.
Right. Yeah.
Like every time when someone like makes me a sandwich, or someone's saying, "Do you want a sandwich?" I'm like, "What is with you and fucking sandwiches?" They always walk into it.
Yeah.
I saw the second one, and the first one's funny, but oh my god, the second one, fuck.
I can't remember if I saw the second one. I'm
Oh
sure I
my-
did.
The first one's funny, but the second one is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like my gut hurt from laughing so hard from it. And you know a movie's funny when I'm laughing so hard and I can't feel like I can't breathe.
Right.
There's only been a few movies to do that. One was actually also Clerks 2.
Mm.
Or just any of the Clerk movies. And then Step Brothers. I don't care what anyone says, that movie's hilarious.
Oh, I could watch Step Brothers every day.
I love
seriously
Will
watch
Ferrell, but I don't love Will Ferrell by himself. When he's with someone, he's funnier.
Oh, he and John C. Reilly, those two together are really, really good together.
Yeah, like a lot of people didn't like Talladega Nights. I love it. That movie cracks me up every time.
Oh yeah, I love it too. Yeah. I think it's just at the time people saw Step Brothers and everybody loved Step Brothers. And so that's all they wanted. So then when they did Talladega Nights and it wasn't exactly like Step Brothers, some people just couldn't handle it. It was a little bit more absurdist. And some people can't handle absurdist comedy.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
They did a parody of Sherlock Holmes. It's called Holmes and Watson together. That was actually quite funny with some parts.
You thought it was funny?
I mean, some parts made me laugh, but it's also because, I mean, it's no like Step Brothers, that's for sure.
It felt like it had two of the funniest humans together, but like they were reading something that was written by like a 5-year-old.
Right.
That's what it kind of felt like.
Right. It
Yeah.
did.
And they tried, but it didn't have the substance.
And that's one thing I've also liked about John C. Reilly's. He does comedy, but he also does serious roles too. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's how he got started in acting was well, and he's actually a singer too. He's got an amazing voice. But yeah, he was a serious actor, especially like Broadway stuff. That's how he got his start.
And I love actors that are like diverse, like Keanu Reeves. He went from being a comedy actor to showing he could be a serious actor to showing he can be a straight action badass star.
Oh, dude, John Wick. I love John Wick.
The Matrix movies.
Good. Yeah, the Matrix movies.
Have you ever seen him in Constantine? That's a good one.
Actually, did you hear they're finally making a second Constantine?
Finally.
That's the one movie he wanted a sequel of, and they're finally going to do it.
Yeah, that's always been one of my favorite movies. And a lot of people don't know Constantine is actually a DC comic superhero.
Yeah. And that actually, Keanu Reeves is a huge comic nerd. Did you know he has his own comics?
I did not know that.
Yes, look up Berserk. It's really violent, really good.
And I like how he's not like your typical celebrity. Like he actually stops and talks to people. He doesn't let someone chauffeur him. He just publicly transportates like everyone else.
Yep. And that's like Christian Bale.
Yep.
I heard somebody talking about him where he still drives like I forget what it's like a 2002 like Toyota Tacoma. And people are like, why you have all this money? Why don't you get something new? And his response was, because this still works.
Right.
Like, why should he? He's got a perfectly good truck.
Yeah, he's a great actor. He's like very diverse with his acting too.
Yeah, actually, so I host a little film club at my house like every month or so. The last movie we watched as a group was The Machinist. And it's wild to see how skinny he got himself for that movie, and then know that just like 2 months after he was done with that movie, he did Batman Begins, and just packed on muscle. Crazy.
Oh yeah, like especially like one of my top movies that he does is like, obviously it's everyone loves this movie now, but it's American Psycho.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. That movie, a thing about it that makes it special is the director was a female director that nobody really gave her any like clout. Nobody really thought that she could handle anything. And so that when the opportunity for American Psycho was available, all the other directors was like, nah, I don't want to try that. That's just too hard. And then so it rolled to her, and she was like, oh yeah, we're doing it. And I got this unknown Christian Bale guy, and we're gonna make it happen. And boy, did they! That movie kicks.
Oh yeah, and even the book is good. And I've always loved movies that are based on books. Like, I know when a movie's based on a book, it's not always gonna have everything. That's why it's called a film adaptation.
Yeah. But that's another thing that makes that movie special is they adapted it well. It wasn't just inspired by the book. They really did adapt it to fit the needs of the screen, and they did an excellent job of it. So good.
Oh yeah, and that's why I like the original It, but the two new ones I love because the two new ones actually follow the book more.
Yeah, I wish there was a way we could combine the two, because Tim Curry as Pennywise,
he's phenomenal still.
Oh my word, man. Like unstoppable with just the creep factor. So
and that's one thing I liked about Tim Curry's is his was funny, but he was creepy. But the guy that did him in these new movies did a phenomenal job. He made him creepy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and a lot of that wasn't like special effects, like his wonky eye. He can control that and make that happen. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like the new movies, because it follows the books more. And when I've seen those movies, I'm like, okay, I can see why people would kind of be afraid of clowns. Holy shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Speaking of things out of my generation, it was definitely part of my childhood. It's why people my age are all screwed up.
Oh yeah, I remember Tech Nine saying how he used to be afraid of clowns, and now he embraces his fear basically.
Yeah.
And he always talked about those crazy clown things that were going on in Kansas City back in the day.
Yeah, so
What is that all about fully? Would you know?
So I don't know why it's been like this in Kansas City, but we've had a pretty legitimate haunted house. There's been 4 or 5 really good haunted houses that have lived in this city for as long as I can remember, since late 80s, you know, and they've just always been a thing. And so obviously, they're open right now. They're not open year round. Well, I think there's one that's open year round, but they're only open. Yeah. In the bottoms. Yeah. They're only open a couple months out of the year, but they are just balls to the wall crazy with these haunted houses in Kansas City. And so because of that, we've got a lot of haunted performers that live here and, that do their own makeup, have their own outfits. And, sometimes they just want to dress up and just go be creepy places. And that just kind of happens in this city. We also have a theme park called Worlds of Fun that's here. And they've always done October themed haunted stuff. I forget what it's called, but they always have live actors that they have out at the park for that too. So as a kid growing up in this city, I've been chased by monsters all over the city just because that's what we do. So when I've lived other places and it's been this time of year, I'm always like, well, where are your haunted houses? And they're like, oh, it's out in this cornfield 3 hours away. And I'm like, huh? What? You don't have abandoned buildings that are haunted houses? Because Kansas City does. And it's 8 stories and crazy slides and people have died in them. It's amazing. Yeah. Kansas City. It's special.
Oh yeah. So what's the whole deal? I've heard Tech Nine described before, but since you're from that area, what would you say was the whole clown thing that was going on in Kansas City around that time that had everyone freaked out?
Well, so there was, this is later, that weird clown trend that was in the 2000s was a thing.
Yeah, I remember that, but I was like, didn't Kansas City have a scare like that, like in the 90s and 80s?
Yeah, so we did. So this was before like social media, so it didn't hit the same way that this weird stuff recently hit. But basically what you saw on social media with like clowns just kind of standing on the side of the road and being weird, we were having that like 30 years ago. Like,
yeah, and I think the whole reason why people were scared back then, because it was just off the cusp of like when John Wayne got arrested in the 70s.
Well, and so we have like the BTK killer is a Kansas City guy.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, we have a lot of rivers that run through Kansas City. That's why the city's here. So bodies get dumped in that river, or that we have more than one river. Bodies get dumped in the river all the time. So there are constantly bodies being found. It doesn't really hit the news anymore, but you know, if you ever worked in law enforcement or knew people that did.
So they basically just stopped counting, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Because more often than not, it's either prostitutes, mainly prostitutes, or like homeless people, or people, the less desirables, they'll pull out of the river. So yeah, there's definitely been a lot of the BTK killer was one thing. I think we've had a couple of various serial killers in Kansas City, because I don't imagine that a lot of prostitutes just walk into rivers. I don't think that's a thing.
Right. That's like one of my favorite lyrics by Tech Nine. I forget what song it is, but he's like, just throw me in a bag and throw me in the Missouri River.
It's a thing.
I mean, I guess it's like that, like even in Lake Michigan, they just stopped counting, basically.
Dude, Lake Michigan is wild. I used to live in Chicago. And there's like World War II ships and planes that are in Lake Michigan. And because it's so deep and so cold, it just preserves everything. It's
I've watched documentaries on that, and I've flown over like Lake Michigan, and I was like, now I know why this is called one of the Great Lakes, because you think you're flying over the ocean.
Dude, it's huge. I lived right off the lake, and it looks like the ocean. And it's so big that it affects the weather. That's why it's called the Windy City. But it's not just wind. It's called there's something called the lake effect, where there's like a 15-degree difference depending on proximity to the lake, because all that water just changes the air temperature. It's weird.
Oh yeah, like a lot of those like rivers in like the Midwest are big. Like I've driven over the Missouri River. It's huge.
Yeah. Actually, my wife and I were just talking about that yesterday. That we're having the World Cup soccer is coming to Kansas City in 2026, and so they're doing a lot of like emergency planning for that. And one of the things that they were talking about doing was doing river patrols, because they think that people might try to thwart security measures by swimming across the rivers.
Right.
Dude, you can't swim across the Missouri River. 100% not. Like, it's not that it's really wide. It'll kill you. It sucks you in. It's got crazy undercurrents, and it's so thick you will die.
Oh yeah, I've even seen the Mississippi River, and it is huge.
Yeah.
But I'll be right back. I won't leave you hanging for too long. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome to my studio, by the way. This is what I do. Hey, guys. Here are some of the things I worked on today. I painted this little Little Juggalo giving the gift of Juggalodium to a poor soul. Then I painted this today, and I plan on making I think I'm going to make a Hatchet Man stained glass window for this one. So, coming soon.
I'm back. I apologize for that.
Oh, you're good.
But yeah, since we're going to talk more about music, one of the things we usually ask our guests is like, what was like the first artist that you remember like falling in love with, or band that you remember hearing growing up that made you fall in love with music? Like I said, for me, it was probably Prince or Michael Jackson or somewhere around that line because of my parents.
So that's a good question. I think there's a lot of ways to answer that. But I think, like I talked about with my dad's 8-track tapes. So the first music I really started to absorb was Jimi Hendrix, the Easy Rider soundtrack, Led Zeppelin. But then the first music that I bought with my own money, because I think that's significant, because that's when you're a kid, you know, you don't, I mean, I didn't have a lot of money. So to spend whatever little bit of money you had was a big deal. The first tape I ever bought was Nirvana Unplugged. And
hell yeah.
Oh, dude. I mean, I'm of that generation. I'll never forget the day that I heard that Kurt Cobain had died. Me and a lot of my friends just like sat out at school, like just wouldn't go to class. We're just like, this is crazy.
Oh yeah, I watch a lot of conspiracy theories about that, and actually his case, if you didn't know, is being reopened.
Good.
Because people are now like researching more, like there's no way he would have killed himself with the way his body was found. There's no way.
Well, and I've always said my theory is even if he pulled the trigger himself, it was suggested to him over a span of years to pull that trigger. I think I'm not a Courtney Love fan. I think Courtney planted ideas in his head, and I think she filled his brain with just negativity and toxins. And he was already a guy that suffered, you know, himself enough.
Oh yeah, and the only thing keeping him going was his daughter, and that's what people said in the documentary. They're like, yes, he was sad, but his daughter was everything to him. They're like,
oh yeah, he loved Frances Bean. Everything was for her.
That's why everyone's suspicious of why he would do that. And they're like, he loved his daughter. Why would he do that? I'm like, exactly. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, he was messed up and everything, but the only thing keeping him going was his daughter. But when you would watch interviews with him, he was a very intelligent guy.
Oh yeah, 100%. He was super articulate. He was a reader. He was a well-read person. And author. He did write. In fact, he wrote his own comic book. But yeah, I know he had his demons, and I know, you know, heroin's terrible, and there's nothing good about it. It doesn't do anything good for you. All it does is destroy you. I understand that it can temporarily ease pain, and I know that he had a lot of stomach issues, and that's what got him going down that road. But I think in terms of his mind, I don't think his mind was dark enough to take him all the way down the path that he ended up taking. Okay. I think Courtney pushed him that way. And have you ever seen, there's a documentary called Kurt and Courtney?
I think, but I even used to work with someone whose family actually knew Kurt Cobain and his family and went to like school with them. And they're like, Kurt would never do that shit. Something's off.
Well, so in that documentary, they talked to the guy that Courtney Love dated before she started dating Kurt Cobain. And she had it in, like, she had a plan of how to become a rock star. And it was meet a lead singer, marry a lead singer, and have the lead singer kill himself. And so the guy before Kurt she was starting to get into his head, and then she saw Kurt and saw that his star was going a lot higher, a lot faster, and so she ditched the other guy and went to Kurt.
And she's had her own body battle with demons too. She's had her own history of problems too now.
Shoot, man. Yeah. There's really not much redeeming about Courtney Love in my mind. Like, even when their album came out, yes, I bought it. I shouldn't have, and I still own it. But just listening to it was just like, ugh, because it was built on the back of her dead husband.
And I like how Nirvana like stopped making music like after he passed out of respect for him. Like most bands, they'll get like a new lead singer, but they didn't do that, which is good.
Well, and yeah, obviously, Dave Grohl has done his own thing, and he's just a powerhouse of music. Can play anything and do anything in music, and you know, he's amazing. I have more respect. Well, I love Dave Grohl, but I have more respect for Novoselic, and the fact that he has been quietly doing things in the industry, and it's not just for the love of music. He's also been doing things in Washington, D.C. to try to better humanity, and he does those things very quietly too. And he's able to do them because of the fact that he was in Nirvana. But he's also another very intelligent person with insight into the world that a lot of people don't get. But when you're in a band like Nirvana, you see things. Most of us have this little narrow scope of the world. And when you get into something like Nirvana, suddenly you're seeing the entirety of it. And you know, some people think they know more than they do, and they become full of themselves. But the fact that Novoselic is like so quiet about everything, I trust him. You know, everything he does is for the good of the world.
Exactly. That's one thing I've always loved it, even about Kurt Cobain. Like how in the 90s, like a lot of rockers and rappers were like doing music together.
Yeah.
Like the two that I that would have mashed well together. Imagine if we got Kurt Cobain and Tupac on a song together. They were so similar in their shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
I've always said Kurt Cobain was like the Tupac when it came to like rock music.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's more Kansas City history. There's a place here called the Outhouse that's outside of Lawrence, Kansas, not far from Kansas City. Lawrence is where Kansas University is, so it's a college town. But this place, the Outhouse, now it's a bring your own beer strip club, and it's kind of notorious for that. Before that, it was a crazy punk venue. And it's seriously this just nasty building in the middle of nowhere next to a cornfield, and it seems like it shouldn't be a thing, but Nirvana played there, Body Count played there, crazy names have played in this crappy cinder block hole in the wall in the middle of a cornfield. But nobody talks about that. It blows my mind. A music venue that has stories to tell, and
I
all
love
it has
that
is
about stuff.
strippers in it. Do what?
That's one thing I've always loved. Like when I went to Detroit in 2022, it was crazy because me and my homies were playing like Morton's List, and that was my first time playing it, which is a fun game. I recommend y'all play it.
Yeah.
But my quest was I had to go to historic sites and relive history stuff. So everything I went to had to do with ICP's history, their Detroit's music history. We went to St. Andrew's Hall, which and / the Shelter, which was dope, which you all know is famous for Eminem and a bunch of other music history. Someone that's from the city told me, yeah, the Shelter is historic. He's like, I went there and saw Wu-Tang back in the day. I saw Nirvana play there back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah, and that I love that places like that exist, and I feel like it's getting harder to find those places in live music. Part of that is because a lot of venues have been replaced with like
big ass amphitheaters.
Yeah, corporate entities that have created spaces for live music that they are dictating this is how it's supposed to be. It should look this way, instead of some punk dude with a shack that's just like, nah, dude, you don't need a stage. I've got a generator and I've got some extension cords. Just come play out here and we'll do whatever we want. And that's where the magic happens, man.
Oh yeah, I like those like intimate shows. Like I remember a lot of those small intimate Tech 9 shows. I love when ICP plays like those small venues too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I saw MC Chris. It's been a couple months back, but it was, I mean, not a complete hole in the wall, but you know, pretty small in terms of venues in Kansas City. And you know, like I love when it's a venue where the artist has to walk through the crowd to get to the stage from like their merch table, you know?
Yeah,
so it was a place like that. So it was, you know, it was like all access. Like you can't not talk to MC Chris because he's right there. You know what I mean? And his son was right there too. So it's just, it creates more of a like family atmosphere instead of if MC Chris was up on a big stage and never actually came from out of backstage. What am I connecting with? A music video, you know, it's not the same. I want the human connection.
Exactly. And there's a lot of venues, like legendary venues like that here. Like we have the Roxy Theater, which is owned by Scum.
Yeah.
We have the Ogden, which is a legendary venue, especially when it comes to Juggalo shit. And then in Colorado Springs, you have the Black Sheep, which you said it's cool how the artists are more intimate with the crowd. That happened at a Black Sheep show when ICP and Ouija were doing, like, Ouija was like getting off stage. He stopped his set, but in order to get to his merch booth, instead of walking through the crowd, he's like, you know what? Fuck it. And we all helped crowd surf him to his merch booth. It was so dope.
Nice.
So he's like crowd surfing all the way to his merch booth. It was so dope.
I saw Andrew WK once in a hole in the wall. And
that
it was
dude
like
is dope. Whatever happened to that guy?
He
like,
lost his mind, dude.
He used to play The Gathering a lot.
Yeah. So what actually happened? I was at a festival that he and his band were supposed to play at, and I was really excited to see him play because I actually have a Andrew WK story. Like, he actually called my phone one night to wish me. It was New Year's Eve. He called me on my cell phone to wish me a happy New Year. It's crazy. But anyway, so I was excited to see him again, and so it was a festival called Furnace Fest in Birmingham, Alabama. Huge, like, metal and hardcore fest, which that's really like the music that I know really well. That's the venue I ran, was a like hardcore punk metal venue.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, he and his band were supposed to play there, and like day of the festival canceled. And
Damn.
you know, so everybody's like, what in the world? So I'm at the airport flying out after the festival's over, and two of his band members were not on my flight, but they were in the airport, because, you know, it's Birmingham. It's not, you know, it's not that big. So I hear them talking, and I realize who they are, and I'm like, oh, hey man, I don't know if you remember me, but, you know, I saw you in Lawrence, Kansas, and so we got to talking, and so I was like, what even happened? Like, what was the deal? And they're like, well, you know as much as we do. Andrew never even talked to us. We didn't even know that he canceled. When you got the announcement, so did we. So Andrew just like called his management and was just like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'm done. And never talked to his band. Like, he absolutely lost his mind. And there's been a couple of times over the years where he has like gone to counseling and gone to things, because he has struggled with that. But yeah, he he didn't want it anymore. He lost his passion, and he just flip of a switch was just like, nah, I'm done.
Oh yeah, addiction is a serious thing, especially when an artist suffers from it.
Well, but that was a interesting thing about Andrew WK was he never really, even though he has all the party songs, he never really partied. He was a pretty sober guy. So it was just mental illness that he struggled with over the years. And I don't know what caused that break, but there was definitely a break, and it sucks that I happened to have been there when it happened.
Oh yeah, he used to be like a gathering staple. He was at a lot of gatherings.
Yeah, and as he should be, because he's
I heard he's really good, and I heard he was really good live.
Yeah, when I saw him in the Hole in the Wall and that I saw him at, it was like nuts to butts. There was no room, but everybody was just in it. Everybody was sweating all over each other, and I ended up on the stage, and my buddy ended up picking up one of his guitar players up on his shoulders and spent about half the concert that way, just rocking out all over the stage.
Oh yeah,
and Andrew's just like buddy hugging everybody and holding, like, handing the mic off to us, and it was wild. And then at one point I saw there was a girl that was getting like pressed into the stage, and she was clearly like not having a fun time. And so like I went to go grab her to pick her up, and Andrew caught it, like saw it, and he was just like, hup, hold on, stop the whole thing. And he came over with me, and we helped this girl up, and he was just like, okay, are you good? And she was like, caught her breath, and she's like, yeah, I'm good. Right back into the song. Didn't like miss a beat. They just went right back into the next chord. It was wild.
I love when artists
that girl
do that.
loved it. Do what?
Oh, I love when artists do that. I guess Ouija recently did that at the gathering. Like this dude in his mosh pit, the gathering, looks like he got fucked up really bad, and Ouija's like, wait a minute, we need to make sure this dude's okay.
Yeah, I saw that clip. Yeah. I like when artists are aware like that, because you can get really blind and just be all about yourself up on the stage. I always appreciate when musicians are aware of their crowd.
Oh yeah, like I've seen Tech do it a few times. Like I saw Tech call a dude out on stage because he saw a dude disrespecting his girl and stuff.
Yeah. I've seen straight up fist fights. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, and speaking of that, since you said you used to own a venue, like you don't have to share if you want to, but what's probably the craziest thing you've seen at a show where you're like, what the fuck? Like one that comes to mind where it's always planted in your mind. You're like, damn, that was fucked up.
So at my venue, oh man. So my venue was in Joplin, Missouri, right? So Southwest Missouri, kind of, I don't want to say backwards, but kind of like, it's kind of set apart from the world in a lot of ways, and they kind of exist in their own world. So some things happen there that aren't widely accepted elsewhere. Racism being one of them. I was starting to hear some rumors of some neo-Nazis were coming to some of my shows, and none of us are about that life.
Good.
Yeah. So I actually, but it was also an all ages venue, and it was supposed to be very approachable, but also very safe. Like I wanted it to feel like a place where somebody in their 20s could feel like they could have a good time, but also a mom dropping off their 12-year-old could feel like they're safe. You know what I mean? That's really hard to do, but we did it pretty well. So when I started hearing that this was a thing, we started wearing like armbands and stuff, and we started putting up signs that, violence isn't welcome here and things like that. And And so that crowd started to get a little bit more vocal about the fact that they were neo-Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a very strong old punk contingent in Joplin, Missouri, which is amazing and fascinating in and of itself. And punks don't jive with Nazis. It's not a thing.
Exactly. And that's one thing I never understood in the punk rock community when neo-Nazis try to come in and claim to be punks. And it's the same thing with Juggalos. And when people try to do that, it makes no sense. I'm like, wait, what? We're against this stuff. What?
Right. So one night I went to another small venue in town, just supporting the scene. And it was a punk show. And so, you know, they didn't have quite the same abilities to kind of control things like I had, because I had a really good team. I had really good people that worked for me that really kept their finger on the pulse of things. And if we knew that something was getting to be a problem, we could shut it down without interrupting anything and making a big, you know, fuss. Well, this other venue was just really some high school kids that had just kind of, you know, borrowed a space at a warehouse and were just kind of putting on a show. So there was like no controls. So these neo-Nazis were there, and they started like talking some jive my direction, and I'm like, man, I'm not here for that. I'm here for this show. I don't want to do all this. I'm there not by myself. I was there with my girlfriend, soon to be wife, you know, and she's not looking to get into any fights. And there were like 5 of them. So obviously I'm like, I don't want to do this. So we leave the show early. We're walking out to my car, and these dudes meet us in the parking lot, and they're calling me, they're accusing me of being a sharp, which is a skinhead against racial prejudice. Dude, I had this same head of hair then. I've never had a shaved head. Also, why? It doesn't even make sense. Their world is so stupid.
It is.
You're a skinhead against racial prejudice? Well, then just be normal, right? If you're against racial prejudice, how are you it doesn't make any sense.
I know. So now when people shave themselves bald, people automatically associate that with skinheads.
Right.
It's sad.
So they're saying all this noise, and I'm just like, nah, dude, I don't want this to happen. I just want to leave. I'm not here to fight. And so they started getting a little closer and a little more aggressive. And, you know, I'm not like, I don't want to like try to act like I'm a big tough guy or anything, but I'm also not a pushover. So I was starting to get to the point where I was like, all right, well, if this is going to go down, I'm going to start with that one, and then I'll switch to this guy, and, you know, I'll just have my girlfriend get in the car. But they backed off just enough. I got in the car. Well, then they started to follow me, and they were like right up on my bumper, just being aggressive and being stupid. Well, as it turns out, I had a lot of really heavy hardcore friends that were not about that stuff. And they were having a party that night. So I knew where the party was at. And these idiots that were following me didn't know. And it wasn't very far away. So we pull up to that party, and I let them know that I had some skinheads behind me. And we didn't have a skinhead problem anymore after that, because their leader decided to go back to New Mexico. And that was the end of that. So, jeez. So yeah, I don't get down with Nazis, and so don't try to bring that my direction. I'm not here for that.
Yeah, that's kind of like
because I was born in Germany. I hate that that's a thing. Just because I was born there, Germans aren't Nazis, you idiots. Like, you talk to a real German today, no.
Exactly.
They don't want that word even mentioned because they know what that means.
Exactly.
And a lot of Americans think it's something to play with. Like, no.
Exactly. That's how one of my ex's like neighbors, she came to America during World War II to escape the Nazis in Germany.
Yeah.
And you could tell she was German because she had that very thick German accent. But she was like the sweetest old lady you could ever come across.
Well, you know, I mean, I know that there were a lot of Germans that did fall for it, and they did, you know, they fully believed, and some of them do still exist. I'm not an idiot.
And that's why I worry about, like, this will be the only time I talk about, but that's why I worry about politics in our country, because of the past history, and I'm like, oh shit, that is scary.
Well, and yeah, not to get too deep into it, but I don't like that either side is so like hateful towards the other side, and each side is accusing the other of being a Nazi in different ways.
I know, and I tell people it's like school. It's like children pointing the finger at each other.
Right. Can we all just calm down and be adults for a while? Like, just because I disagree with you on something doesn't mean I hate you, and it doesn't mean you need to hate me. You know?
Exactly. And I've always told people,
unless you're a Nazi.
Exactly.
I'll draw a hard line at that, but otherwise, you know, if you think that waffles should have peanut butter on it, okay. I don't like that idea. But that's your life to live, man. I'm not going to fight you over that. But that's the silliness that we get into with politics in our country, and I hate that. Actually, I shouldn't say I hate that, because that's the problem. There's too much. People throw the hate term around, and it gets where the power of that word is lost.
Exactly.
Like,
I tell people there's too much division. There needs to be more unity. Like, I'm fine if someone has a different belief than me, like, as long as they're not racist. But the second someone tries to shove their beliefs down my throat, that's when I stay away from
right.
them.
Yeah.
And like, I'd rather someone say, okay, I believe in this, but this is why I believe in this.
Right. And that, you know, that's something with Juggalo culture, actually. And, you know, I know there are bad apples in every group or whatever.
Yep, there is.
But, you know, I'm not like a wild party animal guy. I had my time. I don't really do it anymore. I know a lot of people, like, their expectation of a Juggalo is I'm just going to be jamming rails and just doing all kinds of ridiculousness and whatever.
That's like me. I tell people, yes, I like to while out, but I don't while out like crazy like I used to. Now I'll just go to show and I'll like vibe out and stuff.
Well, and you know, and if I want to be at the show, but I don't want to do those things, most Juggalos are just like, okay, you know, no worries. That's fine. And I'm fine with them doing whatever they want to do, you know, like maybe I don't think it's the best idea, but that's what is making them enjoy the moment. I'm enjoying the moment the way I do. Like we were talking about before the show, I'm the guy at the side of the pit that does this. If you see me standing there like this, nodding my head, that means I approve of the show. It's a good show. I don't look like I'm having a ton of fun, but I guarantee you, this is me having a lot of fun at a show.
And that's me. Like, I'll do that, or if the artist says put your hands up, I'll at least do that and bob my head. Or I'm the same dude in the mosh pit. If I like see someone, like, I just like make sure they get back in the pit, or if I see them fall like in front of me, I like help them up.
Yeah, Pitmaster. Yeah.
And speaking of shows, you've gone to many shows in your life. What's the first show you remember ever going to, like, growing up?
Okay, so this does have a strange Juggalo connection. So my first show, and it wasn't that I was super young either. I would have been a teenager. I went to see Vanilla Ice.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. And it was...
He's dope live.
Dude, yeah, 100%. And I don't care. To the Extreme is a great album. It's got a lot of really good bangers on it.
I know everyone's like, Ice Ice Baby's his only hit. I'm like, no, he's got other good songs.
Yeah, that
like
totally false.
I seen him at the Gathering 2021, and there was a lot of songs I knew by him. And even though I'm not that old, but I did not feel old until I seen Vanilla Ice perform. I'm like, okay, now I feel old because of all these songs. Oh my god.
Yeah, and that show. See, that being my first like live show, and again, it was kind of like the Nirvana tape. I paid my way to that show, which is also makes it significant. Like, I'd been to whatever weird festivals with my parents or whatever. Can't remember any of them. But I distinctly remember that whole night with Vanilla Ice, and it was awesome. It was so good. I was right up front. When he was in his power stance, I touched his leg. I just remember all of it, and it was so fun. And that's what I look for at every show, is just grabbing the fun out of it in my way.
And I've always thought he's like puts on a good live show.
And he's funny. He is a showman. He's just, people have this expectation of him from Ice Ice Baby, and he created his own downfall with that song. But he's much more than that. He's much bigger than that.
Oh yeah, like he's done some pretty hardcore like music. Like, remember when he was like doing punk rock for a while, how dope it sounded?
Yeah, well, and he did a weird there was that weird moment in the 90s where there was like a weird like proto-punk reggae thing that people were doing, and he did an album that was that way. Yeah. Those were weird days.
Oh yeah. Like, he's even the definition of an artist that can be diverse. And that's one thing I like about artists that are like diverse.
Well, if you want to get him excited, talk to him. If you know anything about it, talk to him about motocross. If you have that opportunity, that dude has a lot of motocross trophies. People don't even know about that.
Oh yeah.
We also share a birthday.
Oh yeah, and he had that show for a while where he bought houses or flipped houses.
Yeah, he renovates houses. He still does. I'm pretty sure they still shoot a show with him.
Yeah, someone said he got in trouble for a while for doing that because apparently he was scamming people. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, somehow he was like recycling appliances or something. And like in the quote, he was giving them a new fridge, but like he was reusing a fridge from another house or something stupid where, it's still new to you, fridge, whatever. I don't know.
Oh yeah, and he's still doing music every now and then, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping he comes to the Legends to the gathering next year.
I mean, it makes sense because he's been at a lot of gatherings. He has a lot of history with the ICP. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
And I always said like what I'm hoping for the gathering, because the gathering ICP usually does 2 sets now. I told people, what if one of the sets they're like doing just straight up collab songs, and all the people that they've worked with come out and like perform songs with them. Like, imagine seeing them and Vanilla Ice perform Natural Born Killers live.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, and
Ice Cold Killers.
If he has Cottonmouth Kings there again, if we could see, there was a track that Vanilla Ice or Rob Van Winkle, I think was the name he used on the track, that he did with Cottonmouth Kings. I can't remember what it was, but it was sick.
And that's one thing I've been wanting the gathering to do more. I mean, they do it sometimes, but they did it more back in the day when they book artists that have done like songs together. It's cool because then you see that artist come out and like perform with them. Like, I've seen old footage of when Esham would perform and then ICP would come out and perform their verses with him.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I want to see.
I've always loved that with shows when special guests come out on stage and and those moments happen. That's always a highlight.
Yeah, like they did that at the Gathering 2021, and this was the first time they ever performed the song live, but they performed Graveyard, and then Project Born came out and performed Graveyard with them live. That was dope.
Nice.
And I love Project Born. Those dudes are dope. Like, anyone that knows their history knows, obviously ICP, but the first official group signed to Psychopathic was Project Born back in the day.
Yeah. So will you be at the gathering this next year?
Definitely. Like, everyone says I have to be there. I'm like, it's the 25th annual. I have to go. And it's called the Gathering of Legends. So
yeah,
I've been saying that, thinking of like people that played the gathering that they should have back. Like, I don't care what anyone says, but this dude is like one of my top favorite rappers of all time. They need to bring back Ice Cube to the gathering.
Dude, yeah.
Especially, like, did you hear that, like, recent song that he dropped a few days ago?
No.
It's called It's My Ego, and it's off his upcoming album called Man Down. I'm actually going to play a little snippet of it for you. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
This was part of, like, the topic of the show. So, y'all, in case y'all didn't know, Ice Cube dropped a new song, and there's a music video to it called It's My Ego. This song, y'all, I'm going to warn you guys, you'll start vibing out to it. So here it is. So I won't get copyright for this because it's only a few seconds, but here it is. All right, let me pause the background music. This song, y'all, I cannot get out of my head. And this is like an example of what I'm talking about, like rappers that age perfectly. Here it is, y'all. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
Hey, no, it's my ego. You know how it's my ego, yeah. Everybody say drop the attitude, but y'all shouldn't worry about what daddy do. Y'all should worry about what kids do. I'm a cold motherfucker, get out my igloo. The CEO with an EGO can pick any flow, any mindy mo, and body you bitches, make y'all religious. I'm here to fight reptiles and lizards. Motherfucker is the grand wizard. I take they shit, wipe my ass, then I flip it. I break they shit like when your cousins come visit. And then I tell them, fuck your analytics. I don't pivot.
How dope is that?
Dude.
Ice Cube, y'all, freaking still got it even to this day.
Man. Yeah, that's brutal.
Again, Ice Cube still fucking got it after all these years.
Man, and he knows what's up. Those lyrics were on point for today.
Oh yeah, especially once you listen to the whole song, I was like, yes. And he's still like the Ice Cube we grew up on, but he's speaking on modern shit, which is cool.
Man, he's always just been so smooth. I love that. His cadence is so smooth.
Oh yeah, and I love like a lot of the movies he does, like Friday. Those movies are classic.
Iconic, yeah.
Like a lot of people hate the Are We There Yet movies, but I think they're actually quite funny. People say they're family movies. I'm like, no, he makes adult jokes in those movies too.
I really like how like I said, with like his cadence and with his flow, how he can just sound like he's like dripping honey in your ear, and then he just slams you with a hard truth at the end of the line. He's so good at that.
Oh yeah, he's always been like in my top 5, like him and like Tech usually. And anyone who knows Tech's history, Tech always said growing up he wanted to be like the next Ice Cube. That was like his biggest influence.
Yeah. And
when they finally did do that song together that they did years ago, that song was so iconic.
So speaking of Tech 9 and history, so there was a moment there where Tech was like really, really close to exploding. And it really revolved around Tupac. And he was ready to go. And then it just, things happened with Tupac. But yeah, it just like, it felt like from this side of everything, it felt like Tech was like, was ramping up, and then he just kind of like, because that didn't happen, he just kind of stopped for a minute. And it was like quiet and sad. But I'm glad. And he raps about it too, about how he was coming up and then it didn't happen. So he had to just make it himself. And he did. He absolutely did. He built his own world, just like the Clowns did.
Yep. And I love artists that do that. And even Tech 9's been like clean from like a lot of stuff for years. Like everyone knows back in the day, he used to do ecstasy hardcore. Like he's even made a song about it. He said in interviews how he almost died of an overdose taking 50 pills in one night. I'm like, good Lord.
Yeah. Well, and dude, he was drinking like a sailor too. Like he was going through Caribou Lou like there was no tomorrow. And part of it was keeping up that the like party atmosphere, because he was starting to get known for like not like party anthems, but like those songs for parties. And but he's not that guy, like, for real. So I think he was trying to be that guy, trying to force that. And yeah, it never works out. So
and
I'm glad he's back to being himself.
And that's one thing I've always loved about his music. Like, you can always feel his emotion no matter what, depending on what the subject matter is. And I think that's why he's always been one of my favorite artists, because he just writes out as his life progresses, as it gets better or worse, or if it gets worse again, he'll do it. And a lot of his music helped me through a lot of dark times. Like the song Suicide Letters off of like the Angelic album, that song, or the song Trapped in a Psycho's Body.
Yeah.
Like, he would get, I love his deep stuff, or the song Low that he's done.
Yeah, he definitely writes with emotion and real, his life experience, not just he doesn't, when he does write for like the crowd, because like Red Kingdom, obviously he loves the Chiefs, but he also wrote that song to be an anthem, to be a banger, to be to be a party song, especially for Chiefs fans. But so he knows how to do that. He has written those songs, but predominantly what he writes is straight from himself. It doesn't matter what kind of music you make, if you're rapping, if you're singing, if you're screaming, whatever it is. If that personal connection is in there, people are going to feel that, and people will connect with it, and that's how you make good music.
Exactly. And that's one thing I get annoyed with, when people complain that an artist doesn't sound like how they did on there. I'm like, no, because you don't want them to sound fully like how they did back then. Like, even ICP said, we don't want to make another Riddle Box album.
Yeah.
And even Tech's gone and like made music like that. He's like, if you're a fan of my old shit, go listen to it. Like, he made a song called Harvey Dent talking about that, which is cool.
Yeah. Tech is an example of a thing that I've noticed has become more easily found, especially in the rap genre, is where one person is having an internal monologue amongst themselves, so that they speak with two voices. Those songs are crazy.
Oh yeah, like,
I love hearing those.
Oh yeah, like he can like change up his voice like just like that, like especially on Worldwide Choppers. When you hear his first verse on there, he's like rapping different each time, and you almost forget that that's Tech. You think it's like three different people rapping at first.
Right.
I was like, oh, and that's how my dad was when he first heard that song. He's like, is this like three different people? I'm like, no, that's one person. He's like, damn, that's talented.
Well, and so like Worldwide Choppers, I like when he'll come into a song and he'll be like the casual, smooth, like Ice Cube style cadence of like just honey. And then when he starts to like bring the BPM up a little bit vocally, and then he gets to his level of just chop, every time. And yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like I forget that he knows that he's got one of the fastest raps in the world that you can understand, and that's what I really appreciate. So yeah, every time he does that, it always floors me, because it's so supernatural, like superhuman. It's like, it's absolutely a superpower that he's developed, and I love it. I love it.
Oh yeah. Like Spoken Realness said, Seven is a phenomenal producer. Yes, he is.
Yeah, no doubt on that.
I've always said, when I've seen like interviews with Seven and stuff, and we always say he's like Mikey Clark's illegitimate son, and you can see it.
So, I actually started messaging Mikey Clark, by the way.
Oh hell yeah!
So, he commented on something that I posted, one of the pieces that I painted.
Mhm.
And you know, at first I thought it was just some person that was using his name or whatever.
Mhm.
So I messaged him. You know, I did a little like looked at the profile and I was like, okay, yeah, this kind of looks like a guy from Detroit that's trying to be off the radar a little bit. Like this is starting to feel like a real thing. So I messaged him and asked him a couple of questions that only he would, you know, really know the answer to. And yeah, it's him. So
That's dope.
yeah, so I'm making a piece for him. And I don't like, I was just going to do it, you know, just out of respect and love for what, because he's already created and gifted it to me and the rest of the world. And I'm happy with that. So I was just going to make it for him and just send it to him, you know? But then he messaged and he was like, I've got some stuff around here. I'll send it your way. I don't know what that means.
And he's just a phenomenal producer.
Yeah, and man, he like, so you can get hung up on him being working in hip hop and you know, doing those things. Dude, he worked with Patti Smith. Like,
yeah, he's worked with so many legendary people.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like just Patti Smith alone is just enough to make me be like, oh crap, yeah, that's a big deal.
Right.
He's not just a little sleeper. He is a legitimate producer. Man.
Yeah, like I seen this like one video of like this dude like bashing like ICP, and he sounds like your typical hater, but then he bashes on their like production. So I'm like, so you're telling me their production sucks, but you're saying Mikey Clark is a shitty producer? What the hell?
Yeah. You obviously don't know anything about music and music production, clearly.
Oh yeah, and even like Mikey Clark's done like production for many people. Esham, you know, a lot of people.
Yeah. He's no slouch.
I still think someday, like, or back in the day, could you imagine if we got a Mikey Clark and Tech Nine like production like back in the day?
I mean, I've heard that the Clowns are trying to work with them again. So, I mean,
it'd be cool because they didn't get him on the first Joker's card, so they said with this last one they definitely want to get him up for there.
Well, but I think it's not a bridge too far if he's gonna get back in the studio and work with the Clowns, then you know it's not outside the realm of impossible. Maybe I'll message him.
Exactly. Like I've seen there's like so many good producers like in the industry, like other producers that are like my favorite. Obviously Rick Rubin, like, and that dude's talented. He's a hip hop famous producer, a famous rock producer.
He can do anything. And what I love about Rick Rubin is that it's the fact that he understands music so well. And it's not just theory, you know, like music's theory is a thing, but Rick Rubin also knows technology and he understands how technology works and how it can be used to enhance music, but he also knows how it can be distracting to music.
Exactly.
But then what really makes him better than everyone else is the X factor in all of it. You can control the technology, you can control, you know, your studio space and everything, your abilities through practice of using your tools. The X factor that comes into that is then the artist. And it's the way he works with the artists and he allows them space and just lets them just riff. And he'll record when they don't know that he's recording and he'll pull from that. And he'll pull things out of musicians that they don't know that they have. And that's what really, on top of all of his craftsmanship and skill with his equipment, it's his ability to work with the musician that makes him different from everybody else. Rick
Exactly.
Rubin, that dude's a god. He's crazy good.
And that's why I love when I interview people, and I think that's why people love my interviews, because I ask questions that normal people wouldn't ask them. Like I ask them, "What's your creative writing process?" or something.
Dude, we've taken a journey tonight.
Yep. And one of the questions we ask our guests is, I can't wait to hear this, but you're stuck on a desert island, and whose discography are you bringing with you to last you a lifetime? Like, who do you know that like has a great discography that you can never get tired of like listening to?
Ooh, complete discography?
Yeah, like one of the questions we always say is obviously ICP because their discography is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can spend a lot of time going through their albums.
Yep.
Man, but for me, okay. Yeah. I'm gonna throw out a band name here, and you're probably not gonna know who I'm talking about, and that's totally fine.
Uh-huh.
It's a band called Murder by Death.
That name does sound familiar, though.
So it sounds like a metal band, but they're not a metal band. They have a cellist. Sometimes they play with a theremin. Their lead singer plays a hollow body guitar with a very old sound. And he's a tiny guy, but he has the vocal of like baritone of like Johnny Cash.
Hell yeah.
And he writes all their music, and he's like we were talking about with Tech, like he writes music that is about his life and about what he's dealing with. And so it's always very, very true. But then they also do cover albums. Every time they release a new album to raise money to pay for the album, they do like a Kickstarter thing. And one of the perks is if you pay to a certain level, you can pick a song for their covers album. And dude, they have made some insane covers. Their own made music is very, very, very good. If you enjoy music, check out Murder by Death. If you want to hear cover songs, sometimes it doesn't translate very well, but a lot of times they kind of are able to pay homage to the song, but also put their own spin on it. They did a Nirvana cover actually, and
Nice.
it was beautiful, so good. But yeah, I could listen to Murdered by Death. Their discography for the rest of my life, no problem.
Oh yeah. That's one.
Oh, how many do I get?
Oh, 5.
Oh, 5. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, then another one. And this is probably another one. It's another band called Lucero.
Uh-huh.
And same thing. They are like tour nonstop. They've slowed down now with age, but they just have lived music their whole lives. The lead singer, his name's Ben. His writing style is the same, where it's just true to his own life, his own emotions, his own experiences, and their sound is more like alt country. But the songs are a lot of storytelling. I really, really love storytelling. So Lucero would be another one. Johnny Cash would actually be another one for me. His discography, you want to talk about a discography, and Rick Rubin for that matter. Speaking of, no other producer could have gotten Johnny Cash to perform in the studio the way Rick did. I am so glad that we as a society, as humanity.
That's music history.
Oh, dude. Like, I'm so glad Johnny Cash could have just disappeared.
And I love Johnny Cash.
Yeah. And Rick was just like, no, he deserves better than that. Let's get him in the studio.
Uh-huh.
And he did for 5 albums and then a lot of like crazy B-sides. Yeah, I could have Johnny Cash. That's another huge discography that could never run out of music from him. So there's 3. I probably would go with like more mainstream, probably REM.
Hell yeah, that's REM's dope.
Yeah, yeah, especially old REM. I still like some of their new stuff, but old REM, man, is so good. All right, so there's number 4. Let's see. I feel like, man, there's so much possibility with number 5.
Yeah, my list usually always changes.
Right, yeah, I've always said that. Anytime somebody asks me what's your favorite band, I'm like, depends. You mean like right now?
Right, like I mean, I have my favorite band still, but as far as like with the Desert Island thing, like discography, I always like change it up just a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so my 5th, you know what? We'll go with Ouija Mac for real.
That's a good choice.
I've been jamming a lot of him lately. Like I said, I didn't know anything about him like 9 months ago or whatever. But I can't when I'm like driving for work stuff and I'm in a government vehicle and I plug my phone in and I'm listening to whatever I want to. It's been a lot of Ouija Mac going on in those government vehicles.
Hell yeah.
Think of that the next time you pass somebody that works for the government.
Hell yeah. Like my top 5 that I can think of off the top of the bat, of course, is ICP, Ouija, Tech, and then Wu-Tang Clan, but not just their Wu-Tang albums, their solo albums and everything. That's a lot of...
Yeah.
And then obviously, probably Tupac.
Yeah.
But everyone loves Tupac's All Eyes on Me. That's like my second favorite Tupac album. But my personal favorite Tupac album is Me Against the World.
Yeah, Me Against the World is.
Maybe because that album is more personal and shit.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we're talking about, artists that are diverse. Tupac was like that too. He could rap about stuff going on in the world. He could rap gangster shit. He could rap about stuff that makes you think. He could rap about the perspective of like women that were going through hard times.
I've always wondered, if Tupac was still alive, what would a guy like him be rapping about with like everything that's happened in the last 20 years? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think now if he was alive, he would have definitely did something in politics, and I would love to see it. Like I could see him being more of a political activist.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. I could see that too, and I think I would really enjoy hearing that. And I don't think anybody's really in that space right now.
I think Willie D of Ghetto Boys, he was like trying to run for office to be like mayor or something of like Houston, Texas, which is cool.
Yeah.
I know he has his own podcast too, which is cool.
Huh.
I remember seeing the Ghetto Boys live. That was dope.
Oh man, the Ghetto Boys.
And another question we asked similar to our guests without discography, but if you could name what are your top 5 like albums of all time that you love, that you can always listen to, or even top 5 albums that like had a strong impact of your life, basically.
All right. Well, I would put Riddlebox in there.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. And then Nirvana Unplugged is going to be in there.
Oh yeah.
Man. Ooh. This is so hard, dude. So I had a record label for a little bit, a long time ago. One of the bands I worked with was called Kill That Kid. They were out of Joplin, Missouri, and they were like a post-hardcore. I don't want to say screamo because everybody has assumptions of what that means, but they had screamo tendencies. They had more edge to them. So I would put it was a self-titled album, would be in the 5. And I really love those guys. We did a lot of work together. So it just will always be special. So that's 3. Man, everything I think of is so old.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I should have named that album. Like one that always comes to my mind.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
One that always comes to my mind is like Number of the Beast by Iron Maiden, because I love Iron Maiden.
Actually, so okay, that works. Not Iron Maiden, but you put me in the right brain space there. I would say probably Misfits Horror Business.
Hell yeah.
And then in the same vein, sort of, I would say Cramps Stay Sick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's number 5.
And speaking of Misfits, they actually recently got back together and they reconciled with their old band members, so they're doing a tour together. That's cool.
Yeah, and I'm happy for that. What I don't like, dude, so I'm a big Glenn Danzig fan. I think the Misfits were not the Misfits without Glenn Danzig.
All right.
So the fact that they maintained that name and continued to produce albums for like 30 years or whatever, minus Danzig, kind of, I don't know, pissed me off a little bit, because I'm part of the Fiend Club. Like, I go way back with the Misfits. I've got my patch.
That's how I feel like about like Black Sabbath. I mean, I love D-Lo, but in my opinion, it's not Black Sabbath without Ozzy.
Right. Yeah. And it, even though they got somebody to sing in place of Danzig, that's all well and good. They were making new songs, writing new songs. And it just, the magic of Misfits was Danzig. Like,
exactly, agreed.
The music was never the same after Danzig left. And I don't care what you want to try to say. It wasn't. I don't care. Yeah, you did your makeup the same and whatever, you were still creepy or whatever. No, it's more than that. It's not wearing costumes. The Misfits are like seminal. It's such a visceral thing. It's punk. And after Danzig, it was like not punk anymore. It was like pop punk, honestly.
And that's why I'm glad they've all reconciled with him now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad they did. And again, like we said before, it's an age thing. I'm glad they all decided to grow up. You know what I mean? But I want to see them play together, but I do not want to hear a single song that was written when Danzig was not part of the band. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Play the good stuff.
Right. And I think that's what Black Sabbath learned. If we're going to do our stuff, we're going to play the stuff with Ozzy.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we want to hear.
And like I said, I liked some Black Sabbath with D-Lo, just not a lot. Now, D-Lo, as a solo artist, he's dope.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to bands replacing lead singers, it doesn't, more often than not, it's not going to work.
Exactly. It's
one of the few exceptions is AC/DC.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to bring up. AC/DC.
Yeah,
their old vocalist was good, but then their replacement vocalist is good too.
Well, and it wasn't that the new guy was trying to sound like the old guy at all. Like, not at all. The new guy just knew that the old guy was such a big character that he knew he had to push as hard as he could vocally. So he did, and created what is now the signature sound of AC/DC. Like, yeah.
It's like Axl Rose. That dude, I seen how he looks now. He is so unrecognizable.
Have you heard him sing?
Yep. I was like, Axl, oh my God.
Oh,
I was like, I love you, Axl, but no.
Yeah, he cannot hit the notes anymore.
Nope, but Slash can still play the guitar for some
Yeah,
reason.
Slash can play. Slash can play, but he's one heart attack away from playing no more.
Yeah, like my friend got footage of like Axl Rose playing, and he like fell on stage and shit.
Yeah, he's played out, is what Axl Rose is.
I was like, I love you, Axl, but you'll never be Axl from Guns N' Roses from the 90s and 80s.
Yeah.
And it sucks because Guns N' Roses is my other favorite band of all time.
Yeah. Actually, that's another album that I can just front to back listen to is God dang it. What was the really big one with the their faces in a cross?
Appetite for Destruction, I think.
Yeah, Appetite. Yeah.
That's a classic.
Oh. Yeah, front to back, so good.
Hell yeah. And then what are like some of your like top like movies of like all time that you can like watch no matter what? So if someone tells you, haven't you watched that enough? You're like, I don't care. I can watch this movie many times and never get tired of it.
So number one is The Big Lebowski. I actually have a Big Lebowski tattoo on my arm.
Oh, that's dope.
So yeah, I can watch Big Lebowski all day, every day. I'll never get tired of The Big Lebowski. Idiocracy is another one I could watch all day, every day. I think it's sad that our world is slowly turning in to that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was meant to be a joke, and now it's like starting to become like,
or they were trying to warn us about something.
Right? Yeah, yeah. How many movies do you want?
As many as you can name off the top of your head. Like, I guess you could do just 5.
Okay, I was gonna say, have you seen my movie wall? I'm a big fan of movies. I would say another John Wick. I could watch John Wick all day, every day. Like, and it feels fresh every time. Just the stunts in that are so, the fighting, hand-to-hand combat while holding a gun at the same time. So cool to see actually happening, and it's not like CGI. Like they're seriously duking it out, and that's rad to watch. Man, well, my age, Star Wars.
Oh yeah, I love Star Wars.
Yeah,
my dad got me into Star Wars, and that's always been like our thing together.
Yeah, one of the first movies I remember seeing in the movie theater was Return of the Jedi when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
one of my first memories.
Yeah, my dad saw the original when it came out in 97, so he was like 16, 17, or 18 when he seen it.
Yeah. Let's see, and one last, Godfather.
Oh yeah, that is a classic.
Yeah, Godfather. I mean, there's a reason why it's on so many like top lists of movies ever. That movie is straight up film school. It's so good.
Oh yeah, and I always said that's one of those movies, if they remake it, they better do it good, or it should, and if they shouldn't remake it. I say that's one of those movies that should never be remade.
They shouldn't touch that one. Oh, you want a movie that's lesser known, but I think everybody would enjoy?
What's that?
California with a K.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, look that movie up. It's got Brad Pitt, David Duchovny. And then there's 2 females that are big names too. Anyway, that movie is crazy, but it's so good.
Oh yeah. And then what would be your like top 5 like favorite TV shows of all time? Like I'll say mine. One is obviously Game of Thrones. I don't give a fuck. That show is fucking dope. It's Game of Thrones, but it never used to be number 1. Number 1, but it's now number 2 is Breaking Bad. And then number 3 is Sons of Anarchy. And then number 4, so I'm just going to do 4, is The Sopranos.
That's a good list.
Yeah.
I would say for me, favorite show as a kid and still one of my favorite things, The A-Team.
Oh, I've heard of that one.
Oh, love that show. So good. And I know it's cheesy and stupid, and to watch it now would probably suck, but it impacted my life so much as a kid. I'll always love it. That and Dukes of Hazzard. The Office would be on my list.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. King of the Hill. back to Mike Judge with Idiocracy.
Hell yeah.
Tim and Eric, awesome show, great job. That would be on my list. Like I said, I love absurdist comedy, and they are the masters of that genre. So that's like 4. I would say Breaking Bad would be on there for me too. Breaking Bad was really good.
Yeah, but I also like watching classic TV shows that like my parents might grew up on, or my grandparents. Like I remember watching like the Brady Bunch with my grandma.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
she would watch Three's Company.
Yeah, I watched all those too.
I liked a lot of those shows even back then that like had dealt with serious issues. Like I loved Family Matters.
Did you see the Steve Urkel that I painted?
I didn't.
Yeah. I made a Juggalo Steve Urkel.
Nice.
Actually, I think Army Doc is in the chat. He ended up with that one.
Nice. I'm forgetting this show, but I used to watch reruns of it, and I used to know what it was called, but it's slipping my mind. What was the show that Michael J. Fox was in when he was really younger?
Family Ties.
Yeah, that show was good.
Yeah, that was a good show. Now I just forgot it because I was thinking about Family Ties. Never mind. There was another show I was going to say, but now I forgot what it was.
Yeah, speaking of, since we were talking about actors that are going through stuff, like even Michael J. Fox with his health, it's sad.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And especially because it started impacting him so young.
Mm-hmm.
So he had to quit like a long time ago, it feels like now. But he still seemed so young. Like basically Back to the Future 3 was he was starting to feel the effects then, and that's crazy to think about.
And I think that's weird how Back to the Future, like, I forget which one it was, but you see him go to the future, and in the background, when you see the movie theater, you can literally see a poster that says Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens. I'm like, how the hell did they, that is trippy.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone ever noticed that.
I'm sure people are probably going through all kinds of movies like those with magnifying glasses. Well, and everything's in 4K now, so you can see the backgrounds easier.
Or you see those movies where people think they had a Mandela effect or something.
Yeah. That always blows my mind, that something I am so certain I remember, and it's not a thing at all.
Like everyone keeps saying there was a movie called Kazam. I'm like, no, I remember Shazam, and it had Shaquille O'Neal in it.
Yeah. I still, in my mind, I can clearly picture Shaquille O'Neal dressed up as a genie.
That movie, even though it's cheesy now, but that movie was my childhood.
Yeah, by that point, I was watching movies like California.
Another actor like that you stopped seeing in movies after a while was like Sean Connery. He's been in so many movies.
Yeah.
It was like after The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen came out, people said that movie like killed his career, which I don't get why. I thought that movie it wasn't the best movie, but it's a fun movie. It's like entertaining to watch.
Right. Well, and I kind of wonder what would happen if, now comic book movies are like played out and we're kind of on the backside of comic book movies. Mm-hmm. But because that was a comic book movie, but nobody really accepted comic book movies then, what would have happened if A League of Extraordinary Gentlemen would have been made 15 years ago?
Right.
Like, would people have gone crazy for it then?
Right. I still think it's a fun movie to watch.
I saw it at the theater.
And I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Sean Connery, even at that age, was still a great actor.
Did you ever, I can't think of the name of the movie, but it's that really weird science fiction one that Sean Connery was in. And he's wearing that weird, like, red fabric grid thing and he has like a bandolero and a gun, and there's like floating heads.
Oh, I'm trying to think of that, but I heard it's good.
It's weird. It's very weird. And the fact that Sean Connery is in it is what really like seals the deal of weirdness on that one.
Oh yeah, like he was diverse with his acting. Like another one of the movies we used to watch with him was that movie with him and that chick, and he's like a medicine doctor, and they're trying to save the rainforest. It's a good movie.
Yeah,
I think it's called Medicine Man or something.
I think it is. Yeah, I think
that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to always watch that movie in school, and we'd be learning about the rainforest and stuff.
Yeah, when I was in school, we still didn't care about the rainforest yet. We were just burning it down.
Yeah, like I've always loved Pierce Brosnan as like James Bond, but everyone knows the best James Bond will always be Sean Connery.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Speaking of like movies and influences, and school, back when I was in like 4th grade, there was a mini series that was on TV that was about the fault line that runs through the Midwest, and how, you know, it's supposed to, I don't know, explode or whatever, and we're supposed to, the United States is supposed to like split in half or whatever doom and gloom crazy that thing was about. Well, because of that mini series in school, my classmates and we had to do earthquake drills.
That's like, crazy. In the Midwest of all places, that's crazy.
In Kansas. And when's the last? I mean, we've felt tremors or whatever, but we've never had a true earthquake.
Oh yeah, like we've had a few tremors like here in Colorado, but not like severe.
Well, but today my kids are in school. They've never had an earthquake drill. For 2 years as a kid, I had to do earthquake drills because of a mini series that was on TV. That's the impact of media.
Yeah, so that tells y'all something. Y'all don't always listen to everything the media tells you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why I think people, if they dig more into Game of Thrones, they'll see that show is like very reminiscent of what's going on today, just like in a fantasy and a medieval setting. Like instead of like being united, our government is divided. And in that series, spoiler alert, all these people are fighting each other instead of like worrying about a big threat that's probably coming when they should be uniting.
Yeah, because each individual is concerned more with their own kingdom instead of the greater good.
Exactly. And I tell people, and if you watch it, the name of the other show would be called like Power Hungry or Human Chess, basically. It's like human chess being played with actual human beings.
Yeah.
And it deals with like climate change and shit. Like it's crazy. Like it's not just like fantasy, but it's like also showing you how life was like during the medieval times, but they still like deal with dragons and magic and stuff. But there's a time where they don't believe dragons exist, and then when dragons finally do come back, and they're like, oh shit, those aren't just the stories we were told.
Well, and Star Wars does a good job of that too, where on the surface it just seems like crazy fantasy and space stuff and laser swords,
but it's a very representation of the history too.
Yeah, and it directly speaks about the fallacy of chasing power and being concerned with only your own power.
Exactly.
It never leads to a good end.
Exactly, and that's why I tell people it's basically like Shakespeare in space too when you see it.
Yeah.
I tell people, like, yes, it's science fiction, but I view it more as like space fantasy, or they call it space opera.
Yeah, space opera. Yeah.
And I was like, if Darth Vader is not like one of your all-time favorite tragic figures in like film, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. And just to know that man's voice was voiced by the legendary James Earl Jones is what makes it better.
Yeah. Yeah.
R.I.P. James Earl Jones.
Yeah, no doubt. Isn't it crazy that before he passed, he signed over the rights to Disney to...
That is kind of weird.
Not just his voice, but like his voice as AI generated. Like,
oh yeah, because people can easily like recreate Vader's voice now.
Right. I don't know. It's just really interesting that he had the foresight to like sign that over that way.
Oh yeah, because I think he also knew that Vader is literally an iconic series. He's basically like, yes, like the series focuses on everyone, but everyone knows Vader is like the center point in all 9 movies. And people are like, but how is he in the sequels? I'm like, because now that is talking about his legacy. So
his impact.
And that's one thing I think people misconstrued about the sequel series. I'm like, this is about the impact of the legacy that the other characters left. And Star Wars has always been a generational thing. And you always have older characters in the new ones. Like you have the prequel characters. Then in the originals, some of those prequel characters are older. And then the original characters you see in the sequels now being like the mentor characters.
Yeah, and that's true to life too, where the way that you function and behave in your life, your children are seeing that, and their view of the world and how to interact with it is greatly impacted by that. So they may not be the next Lord Vader, but they saw how Lord Vader treated people. And so for good or for bad, that's going to be, in their persona for the way they deal with people.
Oh yeah, and like I tell people, like as much as people hate the sequels, but the sequels actually felt more dark and serious, because now when you watch those and you watch the other movies, you're like, okay, this is a real serious movie. It's just back in the 70s and 80s, you could only make it as serious as you could back then.
Well, and I mean, when they made the first one, it wasn't expected to be anything beyond that movie.
Yeah, like Empire Strikes Back, that movie is dark and serious.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, and that movie was special because they actually brought in a different director to direct that one, and he was
good.
Much more like moody in his style. So he brought that to Empire, and that a lot of people my age and older, Empire is like our favorite. And it's
that one's definitely mine. Gritty. That one's definitely mine. And out of the prequels, like I love like Revenge of the Sith. That one is dope.
Yeah, I
mainly because we knew it was going to happen, but I wanted to see Vader finally turn into Vader on screen, and I love it.
Yeah, and that's really I don't really care to watch 95% of the prequels, but the last like 15-20 minutes of Revenge of the Sith, that's like some of the best storytelling and acting. Like watching that transition, watching someone that looked up to the other guy as like a father figure and a mentor, and then losing all of his love and respect and turning it all to just hate and rage. Meanwhile, the other guy is seeing someone that he's loved and mentored and treated like not just a son, but like a brother. And then realizing that this dude has like completely turned his back on me and has, hates me. Like,
and that's why I've always loved Obi-Wan too. His life story is very tragic too.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Yeah.
I was like I watch like fan edit videos, and some people will make cool edits like with flashback sequences, which I glad they do that. And they made one called Obi-Wan Has PTSD, and it like shows him when he's talking to Luke about his father, and like he's like silent for a bit, and then it's like going back to the prequels, like showing him suffering from PTSD with the shit with Vader and Anakin. I'm like, damn, that was dark.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, even in the series,
that series was good.
Yeah, and you could see that the guy does have PTSD. Like he is struggling with how to, like, he basically lost his best friend in the worst possible way.
Yeah, and then if you want to count the animated series as canon, which it is, he watched his lover, because he was in love with someone, get murdered right in front of him.
Yeah.
So he almost could have turned to the dark side, but he didn't.
Yeah, well, and that shows the character of his heart, that he was more pure, true to self.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor, besides the original actor that played Obi-Wan, Ewan McGregor does Obi-Wan so well.
Oh yeah, I agree. I've always been a Ewan McGregor fan.
Same.
Yeah.
Hey, Star Trek is really good too.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Now, when people try to do that, they do the whole thing where like Star Wars versus Star Trek. I admit it is funny, but I love both, and they're two completely different things.
They are, yeah.
Star Trek is like in the future, but it kind of deals with space politics a little bit the way Star Wars kind of does. Kind
well, and Star Trek was more about that period in time in the United States with like race relations and
the issues with the United Nations.
Yeah, and so Gene Roddenberry was really hyper focused on that, and so he made a science fiction TV show, but what he was dealing with was like actual issues in society in the United States in the late 60s, and I mean it still rings true today.
Oh yeah, like as far as Star Trek, I love the original, but the one I grew up on, besides watching reruns of the original, is I grew up watching Next Generation, so I love Patrick Stewart.
Yeah, Next Generation is really good Star Trek. I didn't really like much after the Next Generation, and even like the Next Generation movies that they tried to do weren't like great. Even though one of them has oh man, I just forgot his name. Mad Max.
I know there's one, Nemesis, which has a very young Tom Hardy in it.
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
That was actually pretty good. I mean, it's not like cool, but it's a fun movie, and it's cool to see Tom Hardy play as an evil clone of Picard.
Right. Well, so working the convention that I do, the comic convention, we've had a lot of Star Trek people there. Without naming names, I've interacted with quite a few of the actors. I gotta say, the Next Generation cast, they aren't very nice.
Yeah, like some of those Next Generation movies were, but a lot of the movies from the original cast are actually good, like Wrath of Khan. You can't go wrong with that.
Wrath of Khan is a classic movie.
You know, all those movies like The Search for Spock or The Journey Home when they travel back in time to save the whales, that one is funny.
Well, and when Kirk and Spock are having their big moment when Spock is sacrificing himself.
Oh, I cried.
Dude, it's gut-wrenching. It really is.
I was like, if you don't cry at the end of that, there's something wrong with you.
Right, yeah. And that all came from a cheesy TV show.
Oh, yeah. And the only time I cried in Next Generation besides the show, like the movie, is in Nemesis when Data sacrifices himself. But they leave a little bit of he leaves a little bit of his information behind the other Data model.
Just enough. It's funny how that always happens.
Oh yeah, like from the Next Generation, I love Picard, and then Data's my third favorite, and then who doesn't love Wolf? Come on.
Yeah.
And who didn't have a crush on LaTroy growing up? We all did.
Yeah. Well, and Crusher.
Right?
A little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, I love the movies though, with the original cast, most definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, William Shatner, back to music. He I mean, everybody knows that he did that spoken word version of Rocket Man way back in the day. Did you know that he put out an album that was produced by Ben Folds?
I didn't. I'm gonna have to check that out.
It's spoken word again, but he does some cover songs, some original songs. Has a lot of, you would be surprised at some of the guest artists, like musicians, that join him and feature in the album. It's a really, really good album.
Yeah, he does a show currently that I watch on History. It's like called Unexplained Mysteries or something. It's really cool.
I've always been a Shatner fan. Always have been. My buddy, he and I were actually working on a script. We wanted to do a buddy comedy movie where it was William Shatner and Christopher Walken were best friends.
Oh, nice.
And so, it would just be fun to hear them talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But then the gimmick was we were going to make it as though both of them peaked like in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And then both of their careers kind of petered out, and they were just trying to like get back into movies and TV. And kind of being like kind of like Harry and Lloyd in terms of like just a couple of poor dudes that are roommates in Dumb and Dumber.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We wanted that atmosphere with Christopher Walken and William Shatner.
Oh, that would have been a funny movie to see back in the day.
Yeah, it would have killed if we could have finished it.
I wanted to see that. I want to see that movie. It has like Morgan Freeman and like Jack Nicholson, and it's like a comedy, but they're like two old men trying to like live the rest of their life. It's called Bucket List.
Yeah, Bucket List. Yeah,
I heard it's quite funny.
It is, yeah.
But it's also heartwarming. People say it's also heartwarming.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I love like Morgan Freeman. If I was going to choose anyone to like narrate my life, it would be Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, his sound is, it's so good.
And
him or Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee's had a heck of a voice too.
Oh yeah, and he's a phenomenal actor too.
Yeah. Also a musician. He did a metal album.
He did.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I also liked about the Star Wars prequels too, is Christopher Lee did a good job in those movies.
Yeah, he did.
Like when he plays villains, he plays a good job. Like when he played Saruman in Lord of the Rings, he was built for that role.
Did you ever hear Peter Jackson's story about working with Christopher Lee?
Yeah, apparently they butted heads for a bit.
No, I'm talking about they were filming a scene and somebody came up behind an orc and tried to quietly like kill him by stabbing him in the back.
Oh, jeez.
And so he like squealed or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so Christopher Lee like stopped everything, went over to Peter Jackson, and he said, "That's not the noise someone makes when you stab them in the back of the head." And Peter Jackson was like, "What are you talking about?" And Christopher Lee was like, "You want this movie to be true to life as much as we can while being fantasy. That's not the sound that somebody makes." And so then Peter Jackson was like, "How would you know?" And Christopher Lee said, "Oh, I know." And then he walked away.
Damn.
That dude was in World War II doing the Lord's work, apparently.
I guess. Yeah, my grandpa was actually in World War II also.
Yeah, so is mine. Yeah.
And it's crazy when you learn about what the influence for the Lord of the Rings was. It was the experiences and kind of like J.J.R. Tolkien writing out his like PTSD, but putting it in fantasy for World War I.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
He wanted to be able to have something for the kids surviving World War II to escape.
And he wanted like a modern fantasy because like a lot of like fantasy and like stuff was like, he wanted to do like his version of like a mythology of England and the history of England and Europe.
Yeah. And boy, did he. He created a genre.
I know. And like a lot of people, that's one thing I love about writers, when they can create world building, basically.
Yeah. I mean, he invented languages that didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
He was a map maker by trade or something. Mm-hmm. So that was why he was so meticulous with where things were in the world of the Lord of the Rings, and could someone actually walk from point A to point B in the time described in the book. And so he would get into all the details, and that's why it's so good.
Exactly.
Like so focused.
Like people think the movies are like taking place at the same time. I'm like, no, there's a time jump. Those movies are taking place like within a span of like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah. It's a lot of walking.
Yep. And people like to give it shit for that. I'm like, well, and people go, well, why didn't they just ride the eagles? Why didn't they just do this? I'm like, again, it's like a story being told. There's like a religious story being told. You got to walk into a fire to like destroy something.
Have you watched the Rings of Power series at all?
I haven't, but some people are saying it's hit or miss. Some people say it's good, and some people are like, it's eh.
I'm enjoying it just because for love of Middle Earth.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
just
always
love
I've always loved the Middle Earth lore, and I'm glad we're finally, because I do know what happens in it. We're seeing how Sauron, the original guy of the Ring, was, and how he was even from the beginning. He was a deceiver. He was like
Yeah.
the Lord. He was like the Lord of the Rings embodiment of the devil, basically. He's
Yeah.
he's basically a fallen angel.
Yeah, and I am enjoying it, even though I know that some of the things are incorrect and you know, whatever. I'm fine with it. I can compartmentalize that and just enjoy, you know, just being able to, like I said, be in Middle Earth a little bit more.
Oh yeah, that's like actually one of the first books my dad ever read when he was growing up. He remembers reading The Hobbit in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember my uncle for a Christmas when I was probably young. I was probably like 8 years old, and he gave me a box set of the entire series with The Hobbit. And so here I am, and he was my cool uncle. I opened this gift and I'm thinking, oh, it's going to be G.I. Joe's. And it's books, really thick books with really small words. And I was 8.
And now when you look back on it, you're like, I am so glad he got me those.
And I still have those books, because when I did finally like sit down and crack them open, I could not put them down. They were so good.
And that's one thing I like also, when a writer can create their own language. Like the creator of Game of Thrones, or as the book series is actually called, A Song of Ice and Fire, you can tell that he was influenced a lot by J.R.R. Tolkien.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that's one thing I've always loved about, especially Lord of the Rings. Like the elves have always been my favorite. Just their way of living, their language that they speak, like how their language is spoken. It's cool.
Yeah.
I was like, gosh, I want to learn Elvish.
Yeah. Well, Liv Tyler did.
I know. And just when you can make up a language, I think that's even more awesome.
Yeah. And fully functional too.
Like, yeah, but you'll learn that if you ever watch Game of Thrones. Like they can do, the writer actually made up languages, and he did it so good.
Well, so did Star Trek.
Yep, and even Star Wars does that too.
Yeah, yeah.
And I've always, like I said, loved like world building, and when there's like history beyond like the main media, and that's why I love Harry Potter, because besides the movies and books, there's like history, lore outside of that.
Well, and I, you know, not to, you know, I keep circling back, but that's what I love in music too.
Same.
Is when a song can tell a story beginning, middle, and end in one song. But then what can be even more magical is if 3 albums later, you can recall that story and put the listener right back into it.
Oh yeah, and ICP's been doing that a lot with their music. Like that's why I said they've created their own mythology in the form of music.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was like, you've seen some artists do that, but you've never seen an artist like come up with this whole concept of a carnival and put it in the form of music.
Right. Yeah, the mythology of the clowns is crazy.
And they're great storytellers too. Like I always said, Jay's gonna go down as one of the great, and even Shaggy are gonna go down as some of the greatest storytellers in like rap music.
Yeah, I hope so.
A lot of their stories you can like visualize, like with Old Evil Lie, you can like visualize that song. I'm like, dude, if this was a music video back in the 90s on MTV, could you imagine how gritty that would have looked?
Yeah. There are a lot of songs that and I'm sure there's probably fan versions of them with that just have like fully fleshed out videos. I would love to see the visual representation of what the story the song is telling.
Oh yeah, me and a homie actually want to do that for entertainment purposes. Like we want to like take our favorite like ICP skits and like reenact them with like visuals and stuff.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the skits that you hear during Mad Professor, like we want to act out a lot of those skits.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I love those skits. You can't have my couch. Even the skits off of like Riddlebox were hilarious.
Yeah.
Like I still love the one where he goes, "You have a collect call from fuck off."
Yeah. That's actually on my soundboard.
I
use that in my streams.
I think for a while, me or someone I knew had that as their actual answering machine, which is funny. And I miss days like that. I mean, you could still do that with phones, but when people would like use parts of a song and they would like make that their ringtone.
Yeah. Yeah, for a while, the music venue that I worked for, we were sponsored by Verizon for a little bit. So we were able to like not only get phones, but we had like all of the options. Mm-hmm. And so back then you could actually have not just where if your phone rang, you would hear a song on your phone, but we could have a ring back tone so that whoever was calling you could listen to whatever song you picked out. Mm-hmm. Man, that was a lot of fun. So then I would just get people calling me just so they could hear my ringback tone. Oh yeah. Well, this is a good question. Who are my top 3 favorite rappers outside of ICP? Like this always changes and it's hard to do 3, but right off the top of the bat, I can just say, of course, Tech 9, Ice Cube, and then Nas. Yeah, Nas is a good one. But my list is so long. Like I could tell you other people that are on that list. Obviously, Violent J's on that list. Snoop is on that list. I mean, I love like LL Cool J. Like the list is long. Yeah, we'd be here all day. Man, I would even throw Old Dirty Bastard on there. Oh yeah, and even Wu-Tang Clan. A lot of the members of Wu-Tang are like on that list. Like everyone always asks, like, what my favorite Wu-Tang solo album is. I'm like, yes, I love Only Built for Cuban Links, but in my opinion, I love Liquid Swords by GZA. Yeah, yeah. Like GZA doesn't get like a lot of credit. That dude is a very underrated rapper. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. And since you said you've been to shows, you've been to an ICP show, right? I have never have. Well, when you do go, you're going to have a great time. I know. I was really looking forward to going to that show in Columbia this week. Really, really bummed me out that I missed out on tickets. Oh, yeah. And speaking of LL Cool J, he actually dropped a new song that featured Eminem, and holy shit, after I heard that song, my mind exploded in a good way. I'm like, God damn. At the same time, I was jealous of Eminem. I'm like, picture this. Eminem gets to do a song with one of the people that influenced him. How dope is that? Yeah, it's funny. Like, LL Cool J, you see him on the stage with rappers that are like Ice Cube, and you think, oh, they're the same age. Nope. And I love artists that can like come from different generations and like work together. Right. Yeah, but point being that LL Cool J is, one of the originals. I mean, how old was he when he first came out? Like what, 16, 17? Yeah, he was young. And he's like what, 50 something, almost 60? I couldn't even tell you. Let me ask, Alexa, how old is LL Cool J? Answer me, damn it. 56. That's what she said. That's all? Yep. Gosh. Huh. Yeah, then now makes me think he started even younger. Yeah, that's crazy. And since we were talking about Rick Rubin provided a lot of that sound for LL Cool J too. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, you look at a guy like Rick Rubin and hip hop doesn't really seem to be what the guy looks like, But that dude's influence on hip hop is massive. Yeah, especially those Def Jam days from the 80s to the 90s. Yeah. Like a fun fact, I actually interviewed like a member of Run DMC's nephew, and a lot of people didn't know he was in this group, but I interviewed like the Flatliners. Do you remember them? Yeah. They were like the first to coin the term horrorcore, and when you look at the early 90s, like Def Jam really was dabbling into like dark hip hop, but one of the members is actually Russell Simmons of Def Jam's nephew, and he's also the nephew of one of the members of Run DMC. Huh. Yep. That's funny.
I was like, oh, that's probably why you came up with your rap name, Red Rum. That's clever.
It's such a small world.
Oh yeah, like I had that interview, but for some reason YouTube decided to be rude and removed that interview, and it was such a great interview. You would have loved it. I like talked to them for 2 hours. Like you heard stories about them telling about Tupac and Biggie, and I think what made YouTube delete it is they were explaining how shady the music industry was back then and still is, and I think YouTube didn't like that.
Yeah,
and it was such a good interview. You would love it.
It does look like he did. LL Cool J did start when he was 16.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
But then you look at how old ICP is. Jay's, when he first came out, they were like 8. He was like 18, 19. And when they did their very first ever show, Shaggy was only 16.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then now Shaggy just turned 50. It's like you've been doing shows since you were 16, and now you just turned 50. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's it's weird. It's weird for me to think that I'm not that far off from that age, you know?
Oh yeah, like when I was seeing how old ICP is, my dad was doing math. He's like, "Damn, you're like only 20 years younger than him." I'm like, "Jeez."
Yeah, well, I'm a little closer than that. Yeah, that's weird.
But yeah, whenever you do see him, especially if you go see him at the gathering, you're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, I fully intend on being at the next gathering. I wanted to go this last year, but it just didn't work out. But this year, I don't care what is happening. I'm gonna figure out how to get there.
Oh yeah, and as far as I know, like Missouri, like isn't too far off from like Ohio. You don't have to drive too far.
Yeah, it's not a terrible drive. Not at all. Yeah.
I mean, Ohio's not too bad of a drive from Colorado. I mean, if you don't stop, like obviously you're still going to stop, but it only takes like a 16, 17 hour, maybe 24 hour drive. It ain't bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Except for the last gathering I went to. It ended up taking us 48 hours to get there. It was ridiculous.
Jeez.
Because my homies kept having to stop every few, like, it's like, dude, we don't need to stop that much.
That's like going to Ohio through like Canada or something.
Oh yeah, and it's like when you drive through Kansas State, everyone says it's an 8-hour drive, but it feels like a 3-day drive for some reason because of how big Kansas is.
Yeah. Yeah, that I-70 stretch between the Colorado border and like Manhattan, Kansas, where there's just like really nothing out there.
Oh yeah.
It's really hard to get through.
Yeah, I've done that drive like 3 times. Like first time is when I drove to Kansas City to go to a show. Second time was when me and my homies went to the gathering, and then the third time is when I was coming back from Florida and stuff to live back in Colorado.
Yeah.
And when we were going there, like this past summer, we hit a bad storm and the wind was so strong, but we thought it was a tornado at first. I'm like, oh shit, did we get stuck in a tornado? Luckily it wasn't. The wind was just fucking strong, but it was scary because it was flipping over semis where you thought it could have been a tornado, but it was just strong ass wind.
Yeah, there's not much out there to break the wind, so it blows pretty hard.
Oh yeah, like we've seen a semi flipped over and we're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I told my stepdad, this is why I get afraid of being around semis besides watching the movie Final Destination.
Right.
I was like, that's why I don't like semis. Well, they're scary if you've ever driven like behind them and if they like slam on their brake really quick.
They're really, really I used to work for a trucking company. They are very, very heavy.
Yeah.
And, once they're moving, it's hard to get them stopped.
Yeah, my stepdad drives semis, and then one of my other friends that happens to be a juggalo, he's actually a truck driver, but he just does truck driving in his state now, where he used to go around the country, but now so he can be closer to his family, he just like does the state and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I forget where he lives. He's either lived in Kansas or Missouri, or right now I think he lives in Minnesota. But he used to, I think, live in Kansas or Missouri or near the Missouri-Kansas border.
There's some good spots.
And I didn't know when I was driving back from Missouri that there's armadillos in Missouri. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that is a weird thing. I didn't know that either until I moved to Joplin, and then I just started seeing dead armadillos on the side of the road.
I know.
You know, growing up in Kansas City, it's not that far away, but there are no armadillos here.
I know. I'm like, okay, I love armadillos, but my first time seeing an armadillo, I didn't want to see one on the side of the road. I want to see a live armadillo.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever seen a live one. I've seen a ton of roadkill armadillos.
Yeah, armadillos are actually quite interesting animals, and they're actually the way they live is very interesting.
They're like armor-plated possums.
That's the best way of what people call them in Missouri. In those states, they call them armored possums.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to see a lot of possums. Like when I lived in Florida, like I seen one that was huge. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, we have possums around here. Did you know we have tarantulas?
Did not know that.
There's native tarantulas, especially on the Missouri side. You know, they don't get seen very often, but we do have tarantulas.
Yeah, Colorado is a very interesting state. We're basically like California. Like we have everything California has except for being by the ocean. So when my friend found out that we have deserts in Colorado or sand dunes, he's like, wait, you guys have deserts in Colorado too? I'm like, yep.
Yeah.
I've
spent some time in Colorado.
I was like, we're basically like California. The only thing we don't have is the ocean, but parts of Colorado has plains like California. Then you have mountains, which is like northern Colorado. And then where the desert is, that's like southern California.
Well, and you have Casa Bonita.
Yep, which I don't know if you know, the creators of South Park actually recently bought it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're the only reason why it's a thing now.
Oh yeah, like I heard, and there's actually a documentary that they released of them like reopening it and stuff.
Oh, they spent a ton of money.
And there's a lot of reservations for it now. Like they have reservations booked until like December. So right now they're booked until December.
Yeah, I heard it's not all you can eat anymore. You just like order a dish instead of like, you know, repeating dishes. So
Yeah,
that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, I haven't been there in years, but I heard ever since they hired these new chefs that their food actually tastes better now.
Yeah, I mean, before it was terrible food. It was like it was like TV dinner Mexican food.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember as much, and I tell people I've eaten some cheap Mexican food places, and I've eaten at, like back then, I've eaten cheaper Mexican food that tastes so much better.
Yeah, Casa Bonita food then was absolute trash food.
Like there's a cheap Mexican restaurant here that's really good. I gotta take y'all to it sometime. It's cheap Mexican food, but it's been around since like the 50s or 60s. Now the food looks gross, but when you actually try it, it's so good.
I'm not scared of Mexican food, man.
Oh yeah, that's like my top food of all time. Like my top foods of all time is Mexican, then Greek, then any type of Asian food, and the number 4 is Italian food.
I had a guy that I went to college with that was Filipino. Man, I didn't know that Filipino food was so good, but it really is. His mom would just, like, we would go home with him for the weekend and stay with his parents. And his mom would just make these huge feasts of Filipino food. I've never had anything like it. It's pretty similar to like Thai food.
Oh yeah, but I love Thai.
Yeah, but it's got its own little spin and its own little flavor, and I wish Filipino food was a thing.
Yeah, they need to make more Filipino restaurants.
So my wife actually heard a fun fact about why there's so many Thai restaurants in America.
Why is that?
So the Thai government at one point, in an effort to encourage tourism, they actually funded people here in the United States to open restaurants that featured Thai cuisine. So then people would become, you know, lovers of that food and want to go, you know, see where it comes from. I don't think they ever intended it to go as well as it did, because my goodness, I don't think there's an American alive that doesn't like Thai food at this point.
Right.
So job well done. Great program. It worked.
Oh yeah. Like Vietnamese food is really good too.
Yeah. We've got some pretty decent Vietnamese around here.
Like pho is one of those things that I tell people you can have when it's cold out and it's good to eat, or when you're sick, it helps clear the sinuses.
Yeah. There's a lot of misunderstanding of pho and like I don't know. I think some people think it's like ramen, but it's definitely not ramen.
And that's the thing with ramen. I love like ramen, but I tell people once you have restaurant ramen, you'll never want those cheap ramens you buy at the store ever again.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. Yeah.
Because once I tried an actual legit ramen place, I was like, damn, this is good.
Yeah, with some real pork belly and some real soft-boiled egg. Yeah, hard to beat.
Hell yeah. And since we're in the spirit of Halloween, we're going to ask you, what is probably your favorite like ICP Hollow Wicked song that they've ever done that you've heard so far?
Yeah. Oh.
Me, it obviously number one is like Mr. Rotten Treats, the classic.
You know, that's funny that you bring that up. I was actually just looking at that today. So yeah, I'd probably have to go with that one.
And it's hard to believe that came out in '95, same year as Riddlebox.
I know, yeah. I was looking at the Shaggy's artwork for it, and it's very much of that era of ICP. Kind of has a little like Ringmaster vibe to the artwork.
Yeah, I like how it's like a Joker card vibe to it too.
Yeah, it definitely does have that feel.
Well, and I think they wanted to make him more like a story, like in their mythology, like a character.
Yeah.
I think somewhere down the line, they wanted to drop a Halloween album called Mr. Rotten Treats or something. And that's one thing I love about Riddlebox too. It's like a very Halloween-y album. Like it's something you could play for like a Halloween party, and the album gets you in the mood for Halloween because a lot of the tracks off of there.
Yeah.
Like me and the homies would play like Old Evil Eye like at Halloween parties.
That's such a good track.
I always said if I was going to make a haunted house, I would like have that song playing in the haunted house.
So my birthday is actually Halloween.
That's awesome.
When I was a little kid, you know, all the businesses around town would decorate for Halloween. And my mom was driving me somewhere one time, and you know, little kid didn't really understand anything. I asked my mom, why don't they decorate for my brother's birthday? Like why does everybody decorate for me? Like it's cool, but why don't they decorate for my brother too? Because I always have loved like spooky, creepy horror stuff, even as a little kid. So I thought everybody just knew, oh, he likes creepy stuff, so put that in the windows because his birthday's coming up. It was a rude awakening when I had to realize it wasn't about me.
Well, the way we see it now, Halloween is basically a Juggalo holiday. Like we've always said, Halloween is basically Juggalo Christmas.
Yeah, and I like that the clowns have really like built up an experience around Halloween. They've done a really good job with that.
Oh yeah, and you look at their discography. Besides them, like a lot of Psychopathic Records, a lot of their albums would drop around Halloween or in October. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Actually, I've been noticing that on the socials. Is like the last 2 weeks, it's like every other day is like, oh, and this is the anniversary of this album was released, and this one, and I'm like, they all came out in October?
Yeah, I think they originally wanted to do that more just because it gets people in the mood for Halloween.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Oh yeah, there's even Tech Nine music that sounds good around Halloween.
Yeah.
And that's one thing, like one of my favorite other Tech Nine albums of all time. I love like KOD King of Darkness, that album.
Yeah.
Like that song Demons that he did with 3 6 Mafia. Holy shit, that song is dope.
Yeah.
Like I always do, like go like and just to traumatize people or scare them. I'll be like, "There's a demon inside of me. Can I kill it? Hell no!" That song, like, if you've heard that song live, like, oh my god,
he's got such a rich discography.
Oh yeah, and that's why I've always told people a lot of his music is different emotions. It gets you in the mood. He'll get those party songs, he'll get those serious songs, then he'll do those crazy dark songs.
Well, and he's just, it seems like when you really start to look, there really isn't anybody he hasn't worked with.
Exactly, and he's worked with so many dope people. Like I remember when I finally found out he was able to work with the surviving members of the Doors, I'm like, that is awesome.
Yeah.
I was like, to know, and I like how it's cool how he named his record label after one of his favorite bands of all time.
Yeah. I wish he would do a full album with Surge, because their two voices together, there is just Surge. Magic there. It's crazy, those two.
Oh yeah, I love Surge on Straight Out the Gate.
Yeah. So give me a full album of that for real. Can you imagine it?
Right, just a collab album.
Oh, dude, it'd be so good.
Right, and like I said, he's worked with even numerous people in the rock world. Like I know for a while he said he's been wanting to work with James Hetfield of Metallica.
That would be pretty amazing.
I'd listen to it.
I could imagine Metallica being okay with it too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite song lyrics by Tech Nine is when he's like, "Name my gangster rap label after the Doors." It's a good song.
I told you, man. At his core, he's just a massive nerd.
Oh yeah, he admits he's a big music nerd.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in all things, he is a straight up nerd, and it's cool. Like I'm that's what makes him cool. Is he is a fully formed nerd.
It just makes us relatable. I think that's why a lot of us love ICP, because they were considered the nerds growing up. They played Dungeons and Dragons and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, that was like me growing up. My dad even used to play Dungeons and Dragons back in the 70s.
Yeah. Did you see the Shaggy show where they showed one of the pieces I painted?
Yeah, that's fucking dope.
So the thing about it though is, like, speaking of ICP being nerds, when Shaggy was just like straight up didn't know anything about Fallout, part of me was like, what?
I thought he would know, because I'm sure his kids play it.
Right. Like I don't know, for some reason it just really kind of threw me for a loop that like he has just zero concept of Fallout. All he could see was a Funko Pop, and he hates Funko Pops.
Someone's gonna have to educate him.
I know. Well, I bet you if he played Fallout 4, he would probably be a fan. It is such a good game.
And speaking of that company that makes that game, my favorite series that they do besides that is the Elder Scrolls series. Like, I just recently started replaying Skyrim. I'm like, God, I forgot how much fun this game is.
Man, I've never played any of them, just because I know how big they are.
They're fun though.
Right. But I just know how much time, like, at this point in my life, I have to like plot and plan. Because
because it's just like Fallout. The game plays differently depending on what decision you make.
Right. And anything Elder Scrolls, if you play it, you could end up falling into like a 30-hour rabbit hole that you're not prepared for. And
I've been playing it for like hours. I will like start playing it from like 9 at night, and then next thing I know, when I'm stopped playing, it's like 3 a.m. I'm like, what the hell?
I used to do that a lot when I was younger, and I've really had, because I have a hard time with that. When I'm playing in a game, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking like, okay, I just need to like finish one more like objective, or I have that one piece of armor that I'm missing, or, I need to get whatever. And so I'll keep pushing it out more and more and more. And the next thing I know, the sun's coming up, and I'm like, oh crap, I got to work in like an hour and a half. What did I do?
But yeah, I like how the creators have like made like these games that run the same, but they're like a different genre. Fallout's like a post-apocalyptic setting. Elder Scrolls is more like a fantasy setting. And then some people say the Failure spacecraft or whatever was like all that, but taking place in space. Some people said that was terrible. I'm still going to try it. I
love open world. I love open world fantasy. So like, obviously Fallout, I love post-apocalyptic.
Well, since you love fantasy, if you ever do try it, yeah, you'll love the Elder Scrolls series. It's open world, but in a fantasy setting.
I enjoyed The Witcher 3.
Yeah,
that was a really good one.
I heard the series of it was really good too, like the TV series.
It is, yeah, it's really, really good. Really, really good. Highly recommend it. Yeah. Yeah, what's his face?
That's a classic series too.
What was what's the name of that actor?
Henry something.
Cavill. Yeah.
He's a great actor.
He is. And I love that he's a nerd also. So he doesn't take those roles lightly. So to play in The Witcher, he knew the lore and he wanted to do it justice. He's also a Chiefs fan.
Okay. Like I love his take on Superman. His take on Superman is very underrated.
Right. Well, and that's why he's a Kansas City Chiefs fan, because when he was trying to get in the headspace of the character of Superman, he was trying to like understand what it was like to be somebody from the state of Kansas.
Yep.
And so he was like researching, what would somebody from Hayseed, Kansas be passionate about? And one of the things was the Kansas City Chiefs. So then to research the role, he started watching American football, which he didn't know anything about. And it just so happened that the Kansas City Chiefs, that was when they were starting to, improve significantly. And so now he's a lifetime Kansas City Chiefs fan, oddly enough.
Hell yeah. When it comes to college sports, I'm a big like Kansas City State fan.
Yeah. I've never gotten into college sports. I haven't really tried either though.
I mean, I used to watch the NFL and I do kind of, but it's kind of hard for me to watch because my grandma used to watch it. And every time I watch like professional football, it reminds me too much of my grandma. But I also love college football more because it's more competitive.
It is. Yeah. And
I think that's why I like it more, because these kids are like literally playing for something.
Right. That's what I was going to say. Like they play with a lot more heart because they have to, they're not guaranteed a paycheck regardless of how poor they play or,
But I'm more of a
somebody can totally sandbag.
But I'm more of I'm more of a basketball dude.
Oh, I've always been a MLB NFL guy.
Oh yeah, I've been to a few baseball games. I think I've definitely been to a few Rockies games in my time, and I think one time I did see them play the KC Royals one time.
So I grew up a Royals fan. Actually, as a little kid, there was some people that my parents knew that were older that all their kids were grown up, but they always got 4-season tickets every year to the Royals, and so they always had 2 extra tickets.
Nice.
So they were always looking for kids that they could take to, introduce them to the sport. And so they started taking my brother and I didn't realize at the time how crazy these tickets were. They were right behind the Royals dugout,
oh, that's awesome.
And that was before they had all the nets and all the craziness. So as a little kid, I was crawling out onto the dugout and poking my head over the edge, looking into the dugout, looking at George Brett, looking at Frank White, looking at Brett Saberhagen, looking at all these huge names in baseball back in the time when they were winning the World Series.
And now they're winning the World Series again, which is crazy.
Yeah. It's been nice. There were a lot of years where the Royals were terrible.
Like, I think one year the Chiefs won the Super Bowl and then the Royals won the World Series too.
We haven't had it happen in the same year.
Yeah.
But every year now we keep thinking, and we have a Major League Soccer team here too that's really good, Sporting KC. So we almost had a year where we had 3 trophies in one year, which would have been crazy.
Hell yeah. What's up, Frankie Goldie? The legend himself. So yeah, we're actually going to show some of the art pieces that you've done now.
Yeah.
And speaking of Ouija, there's...
Yeah, the Ouija Mac I made.
And one thing I love about the precious moments that you do is that brought me back growing up, because my grandma collected those, and so did my sister. And my sister used to have the books too, because a lot of people didn't know there was books too.
Yeah.
And that just like brought me back to my childhood when I seen those.
That's a comment I get pretty often. Yeah.
Like, and I'm like a big like nostalgic like buff, and I found out when you find stuff or you love stuff that you grew up on, and if you still love it, that's a form of comfort actually.
Yeah.
So that's why when I watch a movie or show that I grew up on, I'm like, yeah, I grew up watching this, but I still love it to this day.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'll still watch the old cartoon Bobby's World and the old and stuff, and I'll watch reruns of Transformers and G.I. Joe. Hell yes.
Yep. Yeah. That's like I said with like A-Team and Dukes of Hazzard. I can always watch those shows.
Oh yeah. Speaking of old shows, remember MASH?
Oh yeah.
That show. And I even started rewatching Hogan's Heroes, that show at the time, taking place in World War II, and the comedy in that show.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that MASH and Hogan's Heroes both are about some really, really dark periods, but they
add humor to it.
Yeah, they bring a lot of humor, which, you know, in those periods, the men and women that were dealing with it in the moment, that's what they were doing too. You have to, you have to have some kind of sense of humor, or you're not going to make it.
Oh yeah. Like, I love old slapstick humor. I love like British slapstick humor. Like, I love Monty Python.
Yeah. I'm a huge Monty Python fan.
And then my ex got me into another slapstick British comedy show from like the 70s. And that show was raunchy for its time, but it's so funny. And it's called Are You Being Served?
Are You Being Served? Yeah.
I love that show now.
Yeah. It was also way ahead of its time, having an openly homosexual man as a main character.
And it's funny because that dude's like my favorite character on there.
Yeah. He's hilarious.
Yeah. And then the old lady on there, she's funny.
Yeah.
Like how she always talks about her cat, but she says my pussy and
yeah.
And she says it at the most awkward time. I'm like, wait, what? And I guess because that used to be, I found out that used to be on PBS back in the day. I'm like, PBS?
Yeah, that's how I watched it. That I would watch Are You Being Served? And there was another one, I was trying to think of the name of it. And it's about an old woman whose last name is Bucket, but she would insist on telling everyone it's Bouquet. Yeah, but it was like PBS in the middle of the night when kids were supposed to be sleeping. They were just showing the craziest, raunchiest British humor. And that definitely made me who I am today.
Which, speaking of that show, it's actually on Amazon Prime. Are You Being Served?
Yeah, I think my wife actually ended up buying the whole series on DVD because we both love it.
Yeah, I love Mr. Humphreys.
Yeah.
And then I like the old lady. I can't think of her name at the moment.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
But then my third one is like Captain Peacock.
Yeah.
And then the fourth one is their boss, like the manager dude that's always in his office. He's like so dull and stuff.
Well, and the owner. Was that Peacock? No. Peacock was one of the salesmen, right?
The old owner, they call him like young Mr. Grayson. He's
not
young. He's like this really old.
Yeah, he is so old, and he always has really hot nurses.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, their one manager, the one that's in the room, he's like the one that's always oblivious to shit. So there's that one where they call him big ears and stuff. And they're always making jokes about his ears.
Yeah.
Like my favorite episode, one of them is like when the old lady thinks she's a kid again, she like loses her memory. Or the one when they're all like stuck on the roof and shit.
Yeah.
Or they're trying to stop like the burglars and stuff.
There's a series, there's a British series, totally it's not Are You Being Served at all. But it's about it's a hip hop, a series about these hip hop dudes called People Just Do Nothing or something like that.
I think I've heard of that.
Dude, it's hilarious. And not for nothing, some of the beats on that show are amazing.
Hell yeah. We have more of your artwork. Here's more of that Ouija one.
Yeah, the tiny little C-17 on his on the front of his jersey. I was
like, that had not to have been easy.
No, that was really, really hard to paint. I've got some really tiny paintbrushes.
Hell yeah. Of course, there's this one I really love.
Yeah, the Fallout Power Armor, the Carnival of Carnage Power Armor. Yeah, I just finished that one.
Have you ever thought about doing more of those, but with the other Joker card colors?
Yeah, so now that I did that one, it was a commission piece by a friend of the channel. Mm-hmm. And now that I completed that one, he wants all the Joker cards. So I keep joking with him that he's going to end up putting my kids through college because he just keeps coming up with more and more ideas of things he wants me to do.
Oh, well, if you definitely do something for me, I'll definitely give you the money for it. Like, I was like, oh, just imagine if you did something Dawn Chaos related. How dope would that be?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I've made other people, like I've customized Precious Moments to look like specific people, Juggalos, and their own, unique face paints and stuff.
Hell yeah. Of course, there's this one. Those are my favorite.
Yeah, I just finished that whole series, so all 6 of them are done now. And if you're interested, I'm selling them as a set. Just go over to my Facebook page, and they're actually at auction now till Monday. And yeah, so anybody can jump in and bid on those.
And speaking of that, we have the video promoting it, so we're going to play the video.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
I actually used Vanta Black, the blackest black paint.
Yeah, that turned out really good. Like, a lot of those turned out so good. Like, I was in the chat as you were making all of those. I'm like, damn.
Yeah. Well, it, like a lot of things, because full disclosure, I'm not an artist. I really am not. I make this all up as I go along. When I started that series, I had no idea what I was going to do. I just kind of knew that, I had 6 Beethovens. I could kind of do 6 Joker cards. Mm-hmm. So, but I didn't know really like how, other than like I have a huge affinity for Riddlebox. So I kind of knew how I wanted to do Riddlebox. All the others, I was just like, So I just started painting.
Yeah, and they all turned out like really good. Like, I loved how even with Malenko, like how you were able to do the hat very detailed.
Yeah, that turban, I've never...
And that's what I was thinking about before you did. I'm like, how's he going to do the turban for Malenko?
I didn't know either. And then it just... Clicked. I mean, you watched it happen live. I just started messing with some clay, and the next thing you know, turban.
Yep, just same like with the Wraith. I'm like, how's he going to do like the hood?
Yeah. Yeah, the hood, I didn't know how I was gonna do it either. And then I actually did it off camera. I was just down here in my studio playing with it. And then I kept messing with the clay and sculpting, and then it just started to hit just right on the collars of the suit jacket. And I was like, that fits. And then on the back, it just fell just right where the contour of the bust like concaves in. And I don't know, it all came together. It wasn't, I don't know, some weird supernatural thing. It wasn't me.
Yeah, and I love how you did even like the Violent J Funko. That's cool.
Yeah. I've done a couple other Funko Pops too. The good thing about them is because they have such a big head, it's really easy to get the face paint in there. And I did like some Disney princesses and things. And I did those a long time ago, and those sold. So then when I started doing Fallout stuff, I was like, well, there's a lot of Fallout Funko Pops.
Hell yeah. Everyone's been telling me that there should eventually someday, and I should be the one to have it. I'm like, if someone could make a Don Chaos Funko, it would be right here on the desk where I do the show. Apparently there's a way to do it, like either the website does it or something. Yeah,
Funko, you can have them customize one for you. I don't know how expensive it is, but
I've watched someone do Funkos of the Joker cards, and those turned it out really dope too.
Yeah, Funko also sells like blanks. You can just get blanks and then sculpt on them and paint on them and do everything. So yeah, that's a thing too. I've never done that. I haven't sculpted on Funkos.
Oh yeah. So what's like another piece you would like creatively want to come up with? I know you said you're working on something for Mikey Clark.
Well, so yeah, Mikey Clark, what he really liked is the Boogie Woogie Woo one that I made with the kid that's like praying before he goes to bed, and then I did the glow in the dark eyes on the other side of the bed coming out from under the bed. That's what he really liked. But I like, no joke, that was just a week ago, right? Yeah, it was last Thursday. My wife asked me if I wanted to go to the thrift store with her, so I did. And I just saw that piece sitting on the shelf, and I thought, yeah, that would probably make a pretty good Juggalo. So I brought it home and sat down in the studio and started painting on it, and then posted some pictures on a Discord server that I'm part of. And they were like, oh yeah, you should make a monster under the bed. And I was like, well, I don't know how to do all that. Like, I'm not, I don't know how to re-sculpt this whole thing. But then I got my Dremel out, and I was just like, let me just carve a little nook under the bed here. And then I just made a couple little eyes and a nose and painted up and put all dark on it. Next thing you know, the thing went viral.
Now, when you do your stuff, like when you're doing the design, do you just like look at like how the design looks in a picture, or is the design like all in your head automatically?
So sometimes I'll see a piece and right away I'll think, oh yeah, I know exactly where I want to go with that one.
Like Violent J's face paint is obviously very easy to do.
Yeah, so that's like my default face paint. I've always kind of said that. Like I think I can paint Violent J in my sleep. Like it's so, but it's also iconic. Like,
exactly. That's what I always did when I painted my face growing up, is I would always do the J face paint because it was just so easy to do.
Well, and if you're a non-Jug, like Jugs obviously know J's paint and they know Shag's paint, and they also know the variations through the years because they do change.
Exactly. And I wish they would do that more. Like, I hope with this next Joker's card, they'll do that.
Yeah. But when it comes to everybody outside of the Juggalo culture, the Violent J face paint is just way more recognizable. So more often than not, that's what I paint when I do paint. If it has more than one face on it, like this has the little teddy bear. Usually if there's a little face or a little animal, that'll usually end up being Shaggy. For whatever reason, that's just what happens in my brain. And again, I don't know why I'm not making any statements or whatever, but if it's a boy and a girl, it's usually Jay will be the boy and Shaggy will be the girl. I don't know why. It's just the way my brain is associating things when I'm painting it. And it seems to work, so it's what I do.
Oh yeah, I've always done the J style, and I wouldn't always do the traditional like black and white. Sometimes I would like the black part, I would like change up the color a little bit. Like one year I think I did the design like red and stuff.
Yeah. I've noticed that's a thing too. Especially with like Juggalettes, they'll do like a J paint, but they'll do it like pink or they'll do like aqua or whatever, or more like soft colors, but it'll be like a J.
Yeah, one of my homegirls, she's very creative, like with her makeup. Like she's done like makeup, like her design of like the Joker cards and face paint, and it turned out really cool. And then I know and she even does like her own makeup designs too. Like she's very creative.
Yeah.
I did a creative one like where it was black. Well, it was white, and then the black parts I had like crosses underneath, like the eyes and stuff.
Yeah. I haven't painted my own face yet, and I haven't even really decided because I would want to do something unique. But,
I know. I've always tried to done something unique, like how I picture like my persona. You might see how it would look in the face, or you could say your inner clown.
Yeah, and for that matter, I don't think mine would be too necessarily dark. I think mine would probably be more classical clown, more like fun or whatever. But yeah, it'll happen someday.
Yeah, I was a zombie clown one year when we went to a zombie crawl, and my sister was very creative. I told her she should do like makeup effects for movies, because one half of my face was the clown makeup, and then the other face she did like my rotted, decaying face and stuff. It was really cool.
I've done a lot of zombie face paints. That is a thing I have done.
And my ex, like when we were painting her eyes, she was natural blue. But once we put like the gray zombie makeup on her eyes literally turned from blue to gray. It was weird. I was like, damn, that can affect your eye change too? That was nuts. And I was like, damn, you don't need to wear contacts. Now with your eyes, you look like an actual zombie. Yeah, we were like a zombie military like dance couple.
Huh.
Like, you know how they had like military dances and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was like the lady and I was like the man. So I was like in a military like jacket, and then I had it like ripped up with fake blood on it.
Yeah, when we were doing the website for my music venue, there's always like a page of like, meet the team or whatever. And obviously I wanted to have my team on the website because I wanted people to be able to recognize them when they came to the venue, so it would make them more easily recognizable or comfortable, or all the things. But I didn't want to just do it normal, so I insisted we all be zombies for the night, for the like photo shoot. And I was painting my friend Courtney as a zombie, and I don't know how it happened. One way or another, some of the paint actually got into her eye, but it was cool. She didn't lose her vision, thankfully. Sorry, Courtney, but it did like kind of pool up in her eye, and it got all milky. So we made sure to take a lot of pictures before we washed her eye out.
Yeah, that's the worst part. That's the worst part about like makeup, is like when you're going around your eye and stuff.
Yeah, you got to be real careful.
And then like when you're trying to get it out, you're like worried that you're gonna get some of it in your eye.
Yeah, well, and we didn't have like actual makeup, like high quality makeup. We were using like acrylic paint and like baby baby powder and like toilet paper and Elmer's glue.
And that's the best way I learned to get makeup off is just take a warm rag with water and then put it on your face and then use baby wipes.
Yeah. Well, the toilet paper and the Elmer's glue, that's how you do torn skin.
Yep, that's what my sister did. It was so hard to sit still for a while when she was doing that because she had to let it dry. And at one point, I almost wanted to start itching it because it was like so itchy.
Yeah, it looks good though if you do it right.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if she was using the soft toilet paper or the one that feels like fucking sandpaper. Oh, I used to always give shit like that when I worked at Amazon because the toilet paper they would give us to use was like, it felt like sandpaper. I'm like, you're a $1 billion company. Give us decent tissue, toilet paper to use when we're at work going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah. I hate at the job that I have that, you know, it's the same thing where it's
like that cheap ass toilet paper.
Yeah, out of the big dispenser. Yeah, so we had a new office built just for my division, and so I was like, do not put a toilet paper dispenser in there. Just put a toilet roll holder on the wall. I'll bring my own toilet paper, thank you, because I was sick of that crap.
Is there anyone else you would like to do precious moments of? Like, I could picture you like doing one of Tech 9 and then like using like the old Tech 9 and then like using clay and then spiking it up and then dyeing it red.
That actually has been one that's been requested quite a few times.
I could picture it.
Yeah, and I would like to make one and get it to him too, and that, you know, that wouldn't be too hard to do. But otherwise, I don't know. A lot of times the best ideas are either where I'm not really thinking too hard at all and it just kind of let it happen, or it'll be stuff where it's like commission work, and so people will specifically ask for me to do this thing this way, and you know, sometimes I don't know what they're referring to, and so I have to research it, and which is good because then I get to know more. Did you ever, speaking of though, did you ever see this one? Blaze You Dead Homie?
I think, is it on the web store?
Yeah, so this is my Abraham Lincoln.
Let me full screen you for that. Let me see. Where's the full screen button? There it is. There it is. That is cool.
Yeah. So it just fits just right. And if you think about the story of Blaze You Dead Homie, kind of fits Abraham Lincoln too with that injury.
Yeah, it does almost. And because the beard is on point, because Blaze, like, especially if people see current pictures of him, he kind of has a goatee and a beard going.
Yeah, and so that's something that I noticed, because, you know, I'm not the only one that's painting Juggalo faces on things. But I've noticed a lot of people make that mistake. And I actually heard Jay talking about it. He was critiquing some other people about how they'll do either their own face paints or like, you know, something like this, and they don't paint the beard. They'll like do all the makeup around the beard. And even Jay was like, you have to paint the beard. That's where you screwed up. Like, the beard is part of it. And I've always done that too, because Jay always has had facial hair, and he always paints right over it. Yeah. And then, you know, and then not times like when, a crazy thick beard, but
and then at the times when he doesn't have the beard, he would still do it. So that's why I tell people, if you don't want to paint your beard, then shave your beard first.
Yeah. But then, in the world of creating art, especially like nativity scenes, all the men always have beards in the nativity scenes. So if you skip this portion of their face, well, it's such a tiny little nativity face. So then you only have like this little bit to paint, and you're trying to get a clown face in there. Nah, do the whole thing. Paint the beard.
Oh yeah, and I always learned like when I would paint my face back then, like I would tell people since everyone's face is different, you have to picture how the design would look on your face. You gotta map it out.
Yeah, and that's a thing that has come up with some of my art too. Like, at this point I've painted squirrel faces and teddy bears and bunny rabbits and a lot of different odd shapes. And you have to think about, like, Shaggy 2 Dope doesn't have a perfectly round teddy bear face.
Uh-huh.
So you have to think about, okay, well, how would it fit in the space that I've got here? And so you have to, bend some things, but if you do it right, it looks natural. It looks like it was made that way.
And I know
same with like the Funko Pops, because nobody's face actually looks like a giant block.
Right.
So you have to figure out, okay, well, how do I make it look like it's natural to the face, but also fits,
Oh yeah. And I know they made like glass like Care Bears back in the day, so I could see you even doing that with like some Juggalo Care Bears.
Actually, I do have a painting I've been working on for a really long time. Let me see if I've got a picture of it.
Which it's funny because that's what one of the Juggalettes nickname that I knew growing up. Her name was Juggalo Care Bear.
Well, then I've got the piece for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big canvas piece. And it's a Care Bear that I've been tinkering with for like, I don't know, 9 months. Oh man, I have so many pictures. I've painted so many stupid things.
Like I could imagine like painting like a Care Bear and then in the center it has the Chapter 17 logo. That would be dope.
The one I painted, it has a Hatchet Man.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know if I'll find it, but it's a thing I did paint. Well, it's not done. Oh, well, here's those were progress pictures. Okay, there's kind of one. See that?
Yeah, let me see. There we go. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So it's not done yet. Still a work in progress, but the Riddle Box colors look pretty tight. So it's all outlined in green. I probably couldn't really see that in the picture, but it pops. It really looks clean. I need to finish it one of these days.
Hell yeah. If you're definitely at the gathering, you should definitely get a stand for like a lot of that, like a booth, because I know a lot of people that do that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people that have asked me to be there because they want to buy something from me in person from the gathering.
And they usually do stuff like that, where like they have the podcast. So hopefully someday my show will be live at the podcast. They do it like in like a little like center, and they call it like the Juggalo flea market. So I can
yeah. So I fully intend on being there for that. And I know there have been other people there that have sold similar things to me, but not throwing any smoke or shade or whatever. I've had people message me that bought other people's pieces at the gathering, and they've said, I wish I had known that you were a thing before I got this one.
Oh yeah.
So at least I guess I have a decent reputation out there, so that's something.
Oh yeah, like I could even see you eventually, like if you come out with shirts like doing like drawings of the precious moments there are and like putting like Juggalo versions of them on a shirt.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do that.
I would totally rock a Precious Moments ICP shirt.
So I want to do. Did you ever see my any of my butthole ones? The Show Me Your Butthole ones?
Yes.
I've been wanting to make a cartoon version of one of those and have it on a shirt. I think that would go pretty well.
It'd be a good gathering shirt to sell at the gathering. And people, I don't even know honestly where that originated from. Like people ask me where that originated from. I'm like, I have no idea.
The story I've heard is that some Juggalo was yelling at a let, show me your tits. and her response back was, "Show me your butthole." And it just became a thing. And what's funny is it's definitely a thing for Juggalos. And from what I understand, it happened at the gathering. That story happened at a gathering. But show me your butthole is at like NASCAR events. It's at like country music festivals.
Maybe that's where it came from.
It's crazy. Like
because that's why I like the Juggalo culture is we sometimes take stuff from other things and we bring them into our own world.
Yeah. Well, yeah, in fact, when I painted my first show me your butthole piece, I knew that flags of it had existed and I knew that it was a thing, but I knew it more from the world outside of Juggalodium. And so, but I also knew that it did happen with the gathering or, Juggalo festivals. So I knew it made sense, but I didn't know that it was so like Juggalos are so like conscious of the show me your butthole phrase. So it went crazy as soon as I painted the first one.
Like I could even see you doing a piece called "Fuck Your Sleep." That's another one. Like I know some Juggalos come up with even their own things. Like my friend that's from the New England area or Massachusetts, like there's this thing that the Juggalos, if you're from New England or Massachusetts, they do a thing at the gathering. They go, "Hey, dickhead!" My friend made a camp banner like a few years ago, and her camp was called Camp Oh Yeah. So all that gathering, we were going, "Oh yeah."
It's such a weird world that Juggalos. I mean, the clowns created the framework of it, and then Juggalos just filled it in.
And that's why I told people that's why people really should like Juggalos, because we're like the last real subculture in the world, basically.
Yeah, it is hard. It's hard to find legitimate subculture anywhere.
And then you have Juggalos who come from different backgrounds. Like I know Juggalos who come from metal backgrounds. I knew someone who was a Juggalo, but they came from a lot of the punk rock scene too.
Yeah.
I know Juggalos who are skaters. I know Juggalos who lived in the country. They were kind of redneck, but they just lived out in the country. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Actually, it's skate culture is where that's the first kid that at my school brought ICP into the school was one of our skate guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you do go to the gathering, you're gonna have a great time, bro, because I'm definitely gonna be there next year.
Yeah, that's all I ever hear is how good of a time it'll be. And I'm fully convinced it will be.
And then when people ask you to describe the experience at the gathering, everyone's like, it's hard to describe the experience. You have to actually be there.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched a lot of videos and, I've got a fairly decent idea of what to expect. But I also know, just like a lot of other life experiences I've had, that hearing the story of it or seeing a video of it or, all of it pales in comparison to living it. Living it is really different.
Oh yeah, it's a great time. I mean, I've seen some crazy shit and then I've seen stuff where I'm like, okay, but I've still had a good time.
Yeah.
Like the other favorite thing Juggalos like to say is poop dollar.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of that too, yeah.
Or as me and my friend like to say, we like to say poop dollar and make you holla. You'll have a great time. Like I've seen there's been so many dope acts there, and even there's been acts there that I've never seen before that I just discovered them at the gathering. I'm like, well, this artist just gained a new fan for me.
Yeah. Well, and even like Clownvis. So he's from Missouri. And he used to be in a kind of like rockabilly, psychobilly band called 7 Shot Screamers.
I love Clownvis. That dude is funny and he's entertaining.
He was I think they might still get together and play every now and again, but 7 Shot Screamers, they played around when I was down in that area. So I know I've probably hung around with, I mean, he wasn't Clownvis then, but hung around with him, and more than likely we've had conversations, but I don't remember, because there were just so many people. But yeah, I actually hopped in on one of his live stream yesterday, and dude, he's just a good time. He knows how to make a good time and positive, you know. And that's the good stuff, you know.
Yeah, like he's like the nicest person. I've talked to him many times. He's like the nicest dude on the planet.
Well, and I like that he's fully embraced the because you know, doing a character like Clownvis, because you know it wasn't intended for Juggalo culture.
Exactly, it was just supposed to be like something for people who are like fans of Elvis and stuff.
Yeah, and clowns, which he's both. He's a fan of Elvis and clowns.
And that's how I am. I love some of Elvis's music, and my grandma, she was a big Elvis fan.
Yeah. Well, and I'm just glad that he never like got bitter about, you know, I gotta go to another gathering or anything.
He has fun at the gathering.
Yeah, he's fully embraced it, and I think that's awesome. And like I mean, he, even though I don't think he necessarily like considers himself like a full-fledged Juggalo, still people come into his chat and they throw him a whoop whoop, and he throws it right back. You know, he could ignore all of that in his day-to-day living and just compartmentalize. No, you know, I do that Juggalo stuff at the gathering. I don't do it in my regular life. But I love that he's cool with it, and that's just kind of benefit of his personality in general. It's good that Juggalos have him.
And I like his stand-up comedy. His stand-up comedy is hilarious.
Yeah, he's funny, and he's good on his feet for sure.
Like I remember seeing him like one time, and he was like doing his own cover version of the Reading Rainbow theme song.
Yeah,
that it always cracks me up, especially he's like a reading fucking rainbow. He's like, take a look, it's in a fucking book.
Yeah.
I was like, that's my childhood right there, is Reading Rainbow.
Good old LeVar Burton.
Yep, another Star Trek actor that did something dope.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, I know there's a lot of Elvis statue stuff. I could see you doing a Clownvis thing, probably with an Elvis thing. That would be dope.
Yeah, so I painted an Elvis recently. It was for a buddy of mine. And he specifically wanted just a straight up ICP face.
You're like, oh, I should do Clownvis sometime.
Well, and the funny thing is, because he's in a band, and he's from Missouri, so he does know Clownvis from Seven Shot Screamers. Like they've played together a lot. So he's aware of Clownvis. But he didn't want Clownvis. He wanted ICP. And in fact, Thanksgiving, I'm gonna see him when I'm at my in-laws. He's gonna give me another Elvis. Nice. Because I painted him a J. Now he has to have a Shaggy.
Well, you got to.
Yeah. But yeah, it's funny. Like I posted pictures of that on socials, and I would say maybe every fifth comment was, it should have been Clownvis. Why didn't you paint Clownvis? Like, no, I get it. Like I get it. But that's not what I was hired to do. Like, and it happens a lot. Like there's a lot of times where people will comment like, well, why don't you should have given him a Fago. Like, yeah, I mean, I could shoehorn a Fago into this somewhere, you know, but it doesn't have to have a Fago. Like, everything's not all wrapped up in Fago. Like, you know, I say that as I have Fago in the background of my set, but you know, I don't know. I know people don't mean any harm by it, but it's kind of like if somebody went to like Michelangelo and was like, you know, it'd look better if Mona Lisa had like eyebrows.
Right.
Okay, well, she doesn't, so.
Exactly, and you're just doing your own twist on stuff.
Right, like this is what I did, so this is what it is.
Yep.
Like it or not. If you don't like it, paint your own.
Exactly. It's like, do your own. I'm being creative out of my mind.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't ever like I don't usually comment back with like negativity because I don't want to be that guy. But yeah, a lot of times when I see comments like that, it always kind of like stings a little bit where it's like, okay, so I'm not good at what I do. Like, why are you looking at this stuff?
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
if you don't have anything else, like obviously share where people can find you and on social media. Obviously, we do have the links down below, but go ahead and plug yourself right now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I've made it really easy.
Yep.
I'm Precious Juggalos everywhere. You could type into your Google search bar Precious Juggalos and you'll land on me. And I know it because I've done it. I'm on Facebook is my biggest. I just broke 15,000 followers tonight. That just happened.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, biggest on Facebook, but I'm also on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. I'm on Twitter, but I don't really do it too much. I'm on Reddit. I'm on YouTube. YouTube is, if you want, I stream every Monday through Friday, 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, and you can watch this happen in real life. And I don't ignore the chat. I engage with the chat. So if you want to talk about, what am I doing or what are my opinions on movies or whatever, Don knows. He's been in my chats. We talk about all kinds of things. And the whole point of my YouTube channel, of my streams, is I grew up watching Bob Ross, and I would, you would have stress in your day or, just whatever baggage, but you could sit down on your couch and you could flip on PBS and Bob Ross would be on,
right?
And it would all melt away and everything would feel cool.
Oh yeah, I used to
breathe.
I watch Bob Ross all the time.
And that's what I want my YouTube to be. And for a lot of people it is. For me it is. Like, it's very cathartic. It's very like healing for me just to spend an hour just chatting and just painting and just being in the moment with some other people. I love it. I love it, and everybody's invited. If you want to check that out, check it out. No pressure either way. It's not going to bother me if you're there or if you're not.
Well, I'll have to show
I
y'all.
would prefer if you're there.
I'll have to show y'all some of the paintings my grandma did, because fun fact, the guy that helped my grandma learn how to be a good painter was a guy that was trained by Bob Ross.
Oh, yeah?
So when you see a lot of my grandma's paintings, you can see a lot of Bob Ross influence, and she was so talented with it.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob Ross did a lot of, his TV show was instructional, but he did a lot of in-person classes too. That guy did a lot.
And when you hear his voice, you would not think he was a drill instructor in the military.
Right. Yeah.
Because you hear how drill instructors talk, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
That's
why. That's why he made that paradigm shift.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't like that he was angry and hateful and yelling and just, Rrr. So when it came time to start doing his TV show, he went the opposite way.
Apparently they're making a movie about him. Calm.
Yeah, I think there was one that was going to be made with one of the Wilson brothers, maybe.
Yeah.
Am I making that up?
Yeah, and then I know they've made a few these 1-2 documentaries on him, and they're really good.
Yeah, he's really an amazing man. And more often than not, he had a little squirrel in his pocket named Peapod. I don't have that in my show. I don't have any animals. I mean, I do, not in the dungeon, except spiders and fruit flies.
Yeah, I have an animal. It's my dog. She's just chilling back here behind me.
Yeah, my dog stays upstairs. No animals are allowed down in the dungeon.
Yeah, and when my dog is around, she's either laying in her bed by the desk or she's like falling asleep sleeping on my lap.
What kind of dog do you have?
She's a Chihuahua Min Pin mix.
Really?
But she's like the sweetest dog in the world.
Mine is a Dutch Shepherd.
So when everyone meets her, they're like, damn, this is like the most chill, lovable Chihuahua I've ever met. I was like, yeah, you can't really judge a dog based off its breed.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Same with pit bulls. My sister has a pit bull, and the dog is like the biggest baby in the world. She's so sweet.
I've met a lot of pit bulls that are just absolute sweethearts.
And they're good dogs.
Yeah, they are. They're
actually good around kids. Like, people forget they were actually Nana dogs.
Yeah.
They were meant to be like babysitters for your kids.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're ever like in a convention in Colorado or something, let me know.
It might happen. I don't know if you've ever heard of Fan Expo.
Maybe
it's like a Comic-Con that happens in Denver. I've been to one of those. I might go back again. I don't know.
And I know ICP's bringing back DCG Con, which it's not just a gaming convention. Like, there's juggalos that do artwork that like have their stands there, like at the convention too.
Huh.
Like, there's another juggalo creative, and they like, her creativity is she does like everything butterfly, but she does like juggalo related, and it's called Wicked Dream Creations. They're really dope.
Huh.
So she'll like, her specialty is like doing butterflies and doing like juggalo things and stuff. Like, I have a backpack I got from her at the gathering, and it's a butterfly, but it's painted with the Fearless Fred Fury like design with the face and stuff and the wings. It's dope.
Really?
So she does like Joker cards. She's done a Ouija one, but it's like Ouija like as a moth.
Huh. That sounds really interesting. I'll have to look that up.
She's done like Ouija as like a voodoo doll and stuff, which is cool.
And that fits.
Yeah, like she's done one for my friend that's like a butterfly, but it's like Dark Lotus with the lotus cross and the lotus face paint design. It's cool.
Huh. Wow. There are a lot of really creative juggalos and juggalettes, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, like, and I even like the juggalos who even create their own clothing companies. Like, the clothing company that sponsors me is actually owned by juggalos.
Huh.
They're called Blind Death Clothing, and they've been around for basically 10 years.
Huh.
I'm like the first podcaster / YouTuber that they sponsor. All in all, the other people on our team are like sponsored artists. We've even had sponsored Ouija at one point. I don't know if we still do. We sponsor like a pro skateboarder. I don't know what their name is. We sponsor a metal band.
Huh. That's wild.
It's really cool. And that's actually the logo that you see in the far right of the screen, like with the pentagram. That's the company that sponsors me.
I wondered what that was. Yeah, right there.
Yep, that's I always make sure to do that to let people know, because that's who sponsors me, which is cool.
Huh.
So a lot of their designs, and the guy who does it, he draws all that by hand. So he does like a lot of horror drawings. So he does like drawings from horror movies, and then he like makes them gory, and he draws it all by pencil. So sometimes he'll do live streams of him drawing it.
So it's crossed sickles.
Yeah.
What is the design at the bottom that kind of looks like a hammer?
Well, if you look very closely, the two things on the side are actually scythes.
Yeah. I see that at the top. But
so I think that's what the bottom is supposed to represent, like the scythes or something.
Huh.
But yeah, like, he does a lot of horror designs, and he does it all by pencil. So I'll just send you a link. Like, he's done like a lot of horror things, and he's even done an ICP image of them from Riddle Box era that he sells. I'm like, oh, Precious Moments would want to buy. Juggalos would want to buy this. And it's all drawn by him from pencil. And I was like, damn, how do you do that, bro?
Yeah, I can't do any of that. I wish I could. Like I said, I'm not a very skilled artist at all.
Same. I can draw, but I can draw to a degree what looks good to me. Like, I can draw Pikachu on Pokemon, but my version of how Pikachu would look. And you could still tell it's Pikachu when I draw it, though.
Yeah.
I've seen people do that too. They've made like Pikachu and Pokemon like with Violent J's face paint and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some Hello Kitty, which I've had people ask me if I could do some Hello Kitty Juggalo stuff. But yeah, if it's got a face, it can Juggalo, pretty much.
Well, hell yeah! Thank you for coming on the show, man. This was awesome, and you're always welcome back on the show anytime.
Sounds good to me. I'm willing anytime you want.
Hell yeah! And if you ever want to, you can like mingle in the chat right now because we're going to go live for just a little bit longer. So you're free to mingle in the chat too.
Okay.
So yeah, of course, make sure you guys like and subscribe. Follow Precious Juggalos on all social media, which is already linked down below. So yeah, and yeah, thank you for joining, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's crazy that I get opportunities like this. I'm just some idiot in a basement that paints things.
Well, like I told people, I don't just want to interview like music artists. I want to interview juggalos that are doing stuff. Like whether you're a juggalo who has your own clothing company, a juggalo who's maybe an up-and-coming stand-up comedian, maybe a juggalo who just so happens to be a professional wrestler, or a juggalo who's a movie director.
Well, and that's how you keep the subculture alive.
Exactly, because like I told people, we're like in every part of society you could think of. Like I know a juggalette who lives in Kansas City, Missouri, and she's trying to be like an up-and-coming stand-up comedian, and she is funny as hell. I'm like, you need to make your stand-up comedy more serious. She's like, I'm just trying to get in the process of trying to get in front of a crowd. And she's funny as hell. Like, oh my god.
Huh.
Like her name is like Megan, but her like juggalo name everyone knows her in the community as Megan Too Fresh.
Huh. I'll have to look her up.
Yep, she doesn't like record her stand-up comedy, but whenever you hang out with her, she'll like do her own like comedy bits. I'm like, God, you need to do this and do it as stand-up.
There's open mics around here. I know that for certain.
I was like, you are literally like Betty White. You are a fucking savage. That's one thing I loved about Betty White. She was funny and she was a straight savage.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yet she had that sweet old lady voice.
Yeah, she would. She'd get you with a sucker punch because she'd come off sweet and then she would just come in with a hard right that you weren't expecting and just knock you out.
Yep, and that was my other favorite comedy show growing up. That was so raunchy back then. Golden Girls. That show was funny.
Yeah, my kids are getting into Golden Girls.
And I like because Betty White's character on there was more like the other two characters on there, like how she was as a personality.
Yeah.
Yeah, but her character on the show, she's like this dull lady and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, she had an exciting life.
Where Dorothy and Sophia on Golden Girls, that was more her personality being savage and saying the most savage, funniest shit.
100%.
Yeah, my friends said Sophia reminds them of their grandma. She was like this short old lady, but she had like a savage, funny personality. That was my other favorite show that Betty White did. It was called Author Rockers, and they're elderly people pranking younger people.
I don't think I saw that.
It was like the show Punked that Ashton Kutcher used to do.
Yeah.
Those shows where they play pranks on people, but it was Betty White and old people pranking younger people. It's so funny.
That would be good.
You'll have to check it out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, you definitely have a great night, bro.
I will, dude. I'll see you in the next stream or wherever we run across each other again.
Hell yeah. Later, man.
See ya.
Later. And that was Shovel, y'all, of Precious Juggalos. So we're going to take a little music break. A little 3-minute music break. And then we'll be back to drop some of the news. And then we'll go ahead and then end the stream. So let me just pull up the music to play for our music break. We're going to play one of my other favorite ICP Hall of Wicked songs, and this song is called Blood Red Rum. And what do you know, ICP just dropped someone just dropped the ICP single for this year's Hall of Wicked, Devil's Night. So I'm going to have to listen to that tomorrow and maybe do a reaction video. All right, let's see. Yeah, Blood Red Rum. I think this is from Hall of Wicked 2007. Yeah, we don't need to hear these ads. Hurry up, ad. There we go. All right, y'all, we're going to take a quick music break and we will be right back. Here is Blood Red Rum by Insane Clown Posse from Hollowicked 2007. Again, this is one of my favorite ICP Hollowicked tracks. So enjoy, y'all, to get in the Halloween season. All right, here we go. There we go. I'll be right back, y'all.
Hey, Ted, what's in the bag? Halloween, Murder City, Halloween, Murder City. It's cold outside. It's getting cold outside. It's Halloween, Murder City. We're getting cold outside. We're getting cold outside. Hold hands with me and let me show you how dark can be. It's wicked. If you take hands with me, I will show you how dark can be. It's wicked. Treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the drop the bag, get the fuck it's Halloween, Murder City, Halloween, Murder City. It's dark outside. It's getting dark outside. It's Halloween, Murder City. It's fucking dark outside. It's fucking dark outside. Hold hands with me and let me show you how deep fear can go. It's wicked. If you'll take hands with me, I will show you how deep fear can go. It's wicked. Treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the get to know it, street. Bitch, give me that back. Watch out, it's Halloween in the Murder City. Some people get real pretty for the candy bars, snatching little kids up in their cars. People wear their masks like who to trust. People sip their flasks and who to bust. People moving through the night in the dash. People disappearing into the dust. Hold hands with me and let us toast to the blood red around the city. It's wicked. Hold hands with me, we can toast to the blood red around the city. It's wicked. Treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the treats, and murder is fun. Halloween in all the drop the bag and get them fuck up my it's Halloween, Murder City, Halloween, Murder City. It's Halloween, Murder City.
And we are back, y'all. We are back. It's getting the Halloween season. Had to play one of my favorite Hollowicked tracks. Now, again, like I said earlier, Mr. Rotten Treats is definitely my top ICP Hollowicked track. But I love all of them, you know. They're all really dope in their own way, especially when you just play them all at a Halloween party. Just so dope. So we're going to get into some underground Juggalo news. Again, if anyone does recommend anyone to come on the show, just let me know and I will book a spot for them. So we played this earlier, but I'm still going to play the clip again because that song was just straight fire. Again, Ice Cube the other day dropped a track titled It's My Ego, which is actually off his up-and-coming album that's going to be coming out called Man Down. So to know that Ice Cube's going to be still making music and whatnot, that just makes me happy. Ice Cube's always like my top, like I said. He's like up there with my top 3. But my list always changes, but Cube is always like up there near the top, always. So we're going to go ahead and play this track again. Again, you guys need to go listen to the whole song and watch the music video. The music video is straight dope. So again, this track is called It's My Ego. I've been listening to this song nonstop since it dropped. And hopefully this is a sign we'll get Cube at the Gathering next year. I mean, it is the Gathering of Legends next year. Cube is a legend. So let's play a clip from this song again. God, this song is dope. And I know Shovel really enjoyed what he heard from this song, so we're going to play the clip again. We're going to watch it, and he's probably going to be vibing out to it again.
Hey, no, it's my ego. All you hoes, you know how it's my ego. Yeah. Everybody say drop the attitude, but y'all shouldn't worry about what daddy do. Y'all should worry about what kids do. I'm a cold motherfucker, get out my igloo. The CEO with an EGO can pick any flow, any miney mo, and body you bitches, make y'all religious. I'm here to fight reptiles and lizards. Motherfucker is the grand wizard. I take their shit, wipe my ass, then I flip it. I break their shit like when your cousins come visit. And then I tell them, fuck your analytics. I don't pivot.
God, that song is fucking amazing. Like, if you guys could have only seen me, I was literally like dancing, like how they did in that music video. God, Cube is still like one of the best. Still one of the best. You know, Cube inspired even a lot of the rappers that we all love. He heavily inspired Tech. Without Cube, NWA, we wouldn't even have ICP, y'all. They were heavily influenced by that. Heavily. And I love rap, hip hop everywhere, but when something from the western part of the United States, like the West Coast, plays, there's just something about it. It's like so relatable. Because Colorado, we are in the western part of the United States. So how stuff is in Cali is how it is here in Colorado, too. We know all about lowriders and all that other good old happy jazz. Hell yeah. So in some other news, you know, another one of my favorite acts. You've seen her play many Juggalo events. She dropped a little thing from Access Denied. Who are we talking about? We're talking about the lovely Lardy B. Spoiler alert, y'all. We are going to get on the Hours of Chaos podcast sometime. We're just waiting for the right time. But listen to this little thing that Lardy B did for one of her songs, Access Denied. Lardy B's dope, so we're going to play this.
Hello? We're sorry. The person you're trying to reach is no longer taking calls from hating-ass bitches. Please hang up and never try again.
Put your middle fingers up to the sky. If you can't trust a hoe, raise them high. Not a one of you bitches on my mind. Oh, you don't like me? Access denied.
I'm on fire, I spit gasoline. Scary like I'm Halloween. Eat me like a jelly bean. Then I hop out the limousine. Always smoking nicotine. Front page of the magazine. Motion sickness, Dramamine. Get OUT, my VIP. Show me the money, I'm like McGuire, no Lizzie. They don't put on for me, even in my own city. But then I go to Ohio, bad bitches showing me titties. Like shit go B-A-N-A-N-A-S, I'm making them dizzy. What's your
Just from what I heard from that, y'all, like Lardy B, she is definitely a Juggalo. You can tell us Juggalos, we love Lardy B. We love Lardy B, especially here on the Hours of Chaos podcast. She's awesome. She's got bars too, and I've seen footage of her live show. She's got a great stage presence. And she just bees herself and accepts herself. And that's why she's awesome. She's definitely a real one. What else do we got in news? Let's see. Did I have some of the topics lined up? I thought. Let me see. Yes, I do. Here we go. Of course, next month in November, Ouija's going on tour for the Kick It the Wicket tour with Darby O'Trill. I already know a few people that are hitting this tour up. I know a few people that are actually opening their shows in this tour, like my homie Acetone. Shouts to him. He's opening up in the Texas show. My homie Fro, he's performing at the West Chicago show. So and speaking of Fro, the homie Fro, we're actually going to get him next week on the Hours of Chaos podcast. So make sure you guys are there. So it's going to be a dope episode. It's going to be a special Halloween edition of the Hours of Chaos podcast. So go check it out. Of course, tomorrow, live exclusively on Twitch, Bobby Blaze, the homie of Midwest United Juggalos, he's doing a double creature feature live exclusively on Twitch. Let me get the banner off so you guys can read that. But yes, it says, "What horrors await?" Friday night on Twitch, Professor Blazenstein's creature feature. So I believe he's doing a double creature feature, like maybe showing, I think he said in his post, like an old movie that people's never heard of, and we're going to be like watching it on Twitch, which would be dope. And then, Midwest United Juggalos, they're going live for their weekly show podcast on Saturday, the weekly Wicked Web Show. Shout outs to them. Those are my dudes. I've always been on their shows. They've been on my shows. Those are my dudes. I'm possibly going to be on there Saturday night, so make sure you guys tune in. Also, shows we have coming up, because there's so many shows we have coming up next month. My dude Frankie Goldie, shouts to Frankie Goldie and Gloom Unit. Him and Acetone. Frankie Goldie is doing, this is Franksgiving. It's a show that he's doing Friday, November 15th. And it's basically going to be a charity show. So it's for a good charity to help people out. So make sure you guys go check it out. Of course, the homie Frankie Goldie is performing. Willie Hayes, Maniac, Will Gates, the Kane Dynasty, Little Titan, Unhappy, and Fear for You. So it's going down in Vegas, and I've heard this is a good venue in Vegas. I guess there's a lot of Juggalo events that have happened at this venue, so I heard it's a good venue. So I might have to go to Vegas, or sometime I will. I know definitely I'm going to try to go up to Vegas sometime to see Frankie and hang out with them, because flights from Denver to Vegas aren't really that bad these days, and they're not really that expensive. They're pretty cheap and fun. And I've never been to Vegas, y'all. The only closest thing I've been to Vegas is the airport when I was on layover. And that's when I was coming back home from Detroit from Halloween in 2022. I believe. Yeah, that was 2021. Yeah, it was 2021. I don't know why I thought it was 2022, but yeah. We were coming back from Detroit, and for some reason our plane, instead of just going from Detroit to Denver, there was no flights like that. It was from Detroit to Vegas. Talk about total different country in the change. In the country and the scenery, because Vegas is all desert. Well, not all of it, but where Vegas is, obviously. So then we're on layover in the Vegas airport, basically, just for an hour. So that's the only time I've been in Vegas, was the airport. And I was astonished that they had, slot machines in their airport. Yeah, Vegas is one of those airports that you can go to where there's slot machines. And it's one of those places where you can still like apparently smoke, but I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, so that doesn't really pertain to me because I don't really, like I said, I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. The last time I had a cigarette was 2012, so that's quite a while. So I've been clean from cigarettes for years. I'm very proud of myself for that. Anyone that does get clean from anything, good job. Keep up the great work, guys. And speaking of that, shouts to my homie Woody Woo, who runs Open Hearted Juggalos in Recovery. Shout outs to him for that. And they also have stuff that they do at the gathering, which is dope. A little stand. Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, when I see old pictures of Ouija Mac, he is so unrecognizable. Yeah, when I see pictures of Ouija Mac way back in those days, he is very unrecognizable. And it's not a bad thing. Like, I'm even unrecognizable to some people. But then again, I don't look my age. It's weird. I get told that a lot. So what else news do we got? Of course, you know, the Train of Terror tour is having Shaggy the Airhead of Lazy and Crazy is having some exclusive shirts there. So here's one of the exclusive designs that's on the Train of Terror tour. Look how dope that is, y'all. There's like Ouija in the corner. There's Shaggy the Airhead. And then there's ICP. That design is dope. And then here's how the design looks on a shirt. That is dope. I may not be going on that tour, but someone should get that for me. That is just too fresh. That is just too fresh. That'd be dope to wear around Halloween. So what else do we got? Oh, I already showed that. So yeah, there's the design. And speaking of Mikey Clark, we were talking about Mikey Clark earlier. Apparently he's dropping an album. And he dropped this first track off the album. The track is titled Puppets on a String, and it's a song that's going to be featured on a Mikey Clark album. Hell yeah, later, Shovel. Much love, man. Thank you for joining. Definitely see you tomorrow. So yeah, y'all, we're just going to drop some more little news things, and then we'll get out of here. This was a very great episode. Yeah, we've been going live for 4 hours, but hey, it's been a very awesome 4 hours. So hell yeah. And then what else do we got? Here's some of the pictures of the like Chapter 17 merch booth that's going on during the Train of Terror tour. Again, if anyone's going to these dates, if anyone wants to pick me something up, just let me know, whether it's a hat or a shirt or something. Just let me know, because look how dope these Chapter 17 drops are. Like, I love that Ouija shirt where it's all Halloween themed, and then on the back it says Eternal Wicked shit. If anyone wants to get that for me, look how even dope these jerseys are, y'all. Dude, these C-17 jerseys with the cobweb behind the moon. How dope is that? Oh, I wish this tour was coming close to me. Those jerseys are so fresh. So fresh. And then here's a little bit like with the C-17 hats. If anyone wants to even get me a black and orange C-17 hat or an orange and black one, let me know. In the regular ball caps or even the kit hats, let me know. If anyone wants to get me those are dope. And then I like this Ouija one where there's the front. It's like Ouija with something, and then on the back it says every day is Halloween. I love that. Chapter 17, every day's Halloween. I love that. So if anyone wants to give me a C-17, either ball cap or a kit hat, let me know, because that's dope. This shirt is from when I seen ICP doing their Hollow Wicked tour. This was like in celebration for the 25th anniversary of Hollow Wicked. So they came to Denver, Colorado, actually twice for this tour. They came to Colorado Springs, and then they were off a night. And then the next night, they were in Denver, which is dope. I always love this design. It's them, their faces carved on a pumpkin. This is when they were, and I love when they do little Halloween tours too, like leading up to Hollow Wicked. I always love that. This is when like the 25th Hollow Wicked was coming up. This was 2018. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Those jerseys are dope. Yeah, those jerseys are dope. Like I said, anyone who's going to the shows, if anyone wants to give me I know no one will get me a jersey, but if anyone wants to get me a C-17 hat, whether it's the ball caps or the kit hat, let me know. Y'all don't have to if you don't want to, though. But that shit is dope. So what other news do we got? Speaking of the Train of Terror tour, we have a little word from Ouija Mac and Wacko the Kid. So here's a little word from Ouija Mac and Wacko the Kid pertaining to the Train of Terror tour.
Hold out a motherfucking airhead shit. We smoking Stankenstein, bitch. Stankenstein. At the Train of Terror tour, at Hollow Wicked, make sure you get that motherfucking Stankenstein.
So yeah, get that Stankenstein. Wacko has a few strains for this year for Halloween. You know, he has, I think, the Death one, which is a collab one that him and Jay did. He has the Stankenstein with him and Ouija. And then he has the Red Rum, which is him and Shaggy Two Dope. And then he has one ICP called Devil's Night, which we're going to talk to Wacko the Kid sometime. We are going to get him on the Hours of Chaos podcast sometime, probably after this tour. And we're going to talk to him about maybe coming up with a Airhead and Don Chaos collaboration strand. And we're going to call it Chaos Chronic. I want to go to the gathering, but the strobe lights would kill me. Oh, yeah. Gathering's a fun time. What other news do we got? Of course, you guys know on the 22nd, this past week, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, Violent J and Monster Wolf dropped a collaboration track. I did a reaction to it. The track is called Welcome to the Dark Carnival, which is very dope. So here's Violent J and Mecha Wolf promoting the track that they did together that you guys need to hear. It's really dope.
This is Mecha Wolf from Monster Wolf Band, and I'm here with the Duke himself, Violent J, and we have a special announcement for you. We have a song, a collaboration, all right? And the collaboration is essentially a combination of heart. And we put all the heart we have as musicians, Monster Wolf and the Duke, together for you. We have created a piece of music essentially capable of cracking the Earth's entire fucking core in half. And we've done it for you, and we hope you will enjoy it because it's the best we have to offer for y'all. Yes, so welcome to the Dark Carnival.
Oh yeah. If you guys haven't heard that track, go listen to it. It's dope. It sounds like some straight 90s, late 80s metal. It's so dope. Such a great track. If you guys haven't, if you just so happen to be new to this channel, make sure you guys subscribe. Like and subscribe. Peep the links down below. Make sure you're sharing this everywhere so we can mess up and beat YouTube's algorithm because they don't like your boy. Also, again, shout out to my sponsors, Blind Death Clothing. Links down to them below. I do have my own official store as well called Chaos Drip. So go get yourself some Chaos Drip, y'all. So do we have any more topics before the end of the night? Yes, we do. We have the Kung Fu Vampire is going on just a little tour. Here's the dates to it. If anyone's ever seen Kung Fu Vampire or knows Kung Fu Vampire, he's dope. He's really dope live. Spoiler alert, we have been talking to Kung Fu Vampire about coming on the podcast sometime because he's definitely a fan of the show, which would be dope. So yeah, basically, we have one more thing. Like, anyone excited? One thing I'm also excited for the gathering next year, because not only is it going to be the first gathering that I've been to in years, because the last gathering I went to was 2021. Yes, it was. So it's been literally almost 3-4 years since I've been to a gathering, and I'm glad to be going. Everyone's told me no matter what we got to do, we are getting Don Chaos to the gathering, and we are definitely going to push for the Hours of Chaos podcast to be live at the gathering. So make sure you guys are messaging Jump Steady. I've already messaged him ahead of time. I messaged him right away after the gathering. Make sure you guys message him and say, we want the Hours of Chaos podcast live at the gathering, and we want Don Chaos to host something at the gathering. So that'd be dope. I'd really love to do that. I've seen so many people do dope stuff at the gathering, and I'm proud of them. So it's time for your boy to be doing stuff at the gathering. Besides seeing the shows and going to the parties, it's time we get the Hours of Chaos podcast live at the gathering, and your boy Don Chaos hosting something at the gathering, especially with this being the 25th gathering, y'all. It's bound to happen. It needs to happen. We need to make it happen. You need to let your voices be heard. Because I've heard from people say, oh, we'll help you get the Hours of Chaos podcast at the gathering, or we'll help you do something at the gathering. And then I never heard from those people. They're like, we'll let you know what they say, whether they accept you being there or they don't let you do something at the gathering. We'll let you know. And I've had people do that where I didn't hear anything from them. Nothing. Like from when those people said, we'll tell you, and they never would. So let's make it happen, y'all. Because next year's a pivotal moment for your boy, y'all. Next year will be the 13-year anniversary of that I've been doing YouTube, that I've been doing content here on YouTube. The 13-year anniversary of doing YouTube, and then next year will be the 8-year anniversary of the Hours of Chaos podcast. So I've been doing YouTube content, Juggalo stuff here on YouTube for 13 years. Next year will be next year. It will be 8 years that I've been doing this podcast. So right now, I've been doing this podcast for 7 years. That's a long time, y'all. Same with doing YouTube. Some people say I'm definitely one of the OGs when it comes to YouTube Juggalo stuff. And next year will be the 27th anniversary of when I discovered ICP. So it's a pivotal moment for your boy, y'all. So let's make Don Chaos hosting something at the gathering and doing the Hours of Chaos podcast. Let's make that happen, y'all. Because it's the 25th annual. Your boy has been down with the clown for 27 years. And then I've been doing YouTube for 13 years. And then the show for 8 years next year. So a lot to look forward to. And we have one more topic. One of the things I am excited for the gathering that they've been planning already ahead of time is the storyline between JCW versus GCW, which is really dope. I'm excited for that story. Yeah, that's pretty much how long I've been down too, Adam, since 98 for 27 years. When I discovered the clowns, I was about 7 or 8, y'all. 7 or 8. And here I am, 34, and I'll be 35 next year. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and play a little clip to get y'all prepared for the storyline that JCW is doing, because the storyline they're doing is GCW versus JCW, and it's going to take place at the gathering next year. So we're going to play a little 3-minute clip of what Violent J, Commissioner Violent J, as he's known in JCW, Commissioner Violent J, issuing the challenge to GCW, issuing the challenge. So here we go. Let's see Violent J declaring war on GCW. So let's play that clip and then we'll get out of here. This clip gets me hyped for this storyline. It's one thing I always love about professional wrestling, when you do wrestling promotion storylines where the wrestling promotions are fighting each other. I think that's dope. So here's a 3-minute clip. And this clip gets me hyped. So I'll definitely be checking out JCW at the gathering next year. I check out JCW here and there, but after seeing this clip that we're about to play, I'm definitely excited for JCW and Bloody Mania next year. Here we go.
You know what? This wasn't the way things were supposed to go, but I feel we had this opportunity, and I'm not going to let us blow it by losing that match. And what I mean by opportunity is Brian Wellington, Too Tough Tony, and Madman Pondo, all three are former JCW World Heavyweight Champions. If you don't know about JCW, we've been around touring this country for 25 years, doing pay-per-views, live streams. Back when nobody was doing that shit, we've been at this whole time. But we feel we've been ignored by the wrestling media because of the word Juggalo used in the name of our promotion. You see, many people feel Juggalo discredits our promotion. If you watching this at home, perhaps in this building, agree with that notion, I'd like to say 3 things. Number 1, suck my dick. Number 2, fuck you. And number 3, eat shit and die. JCW is Juggalo Championship Wrestling. And we want respect, Effie. We want fucking respect. And we want to earn it. We want to be where GCW is at. And what better way to get there than to go right through them? That's why, right now, on behalf of JCW, we are fucking challenging you, JCW, the entire locker room, the entire fucking ring crew, the security in the parking lot, the fucking social media nerds you hire. We challenge all of you. You beat us tonight here in this match. But we challenge you to a 2-day war at the gathering of the Juggalos. GCW versus JCW.
You want to challenge Game Changer Wrestling at the biggest gathering of the Juggalos in the world at your home turf. Juggalo Championship Wrestling versus Game Changer Wrestling. I like it, Effie. I like it. You know what I'm thinking? Whoop, whoop! You're on, dude!
Well, Effie accepting on behalf of Game Changer Wrestling.
Yeah, that's going to be really dope, y'all. That's really dope. I'm excited for that storyline. It's probably been going on right now. So thank you to everyone who did tune in tonight, whether you usually tune into the podcast or this was your first time on the podcast. Thank you. Welcome to the show. If you guys are new to the podcast, and if you guys have any suggestions on who you want to see next on the Hours of Chaos podcast, let me know. I already have some people lined up that are definitely down to be on the show, which I'm very excited for. Again, if you're new to this, make sure you're subscribing, you're thumbs upping this, leaving your thoughts down below in the comments. Follow your boy on all social media. Make sure you follow our guest tonight, Shovel of Precious Juggalos. Make sure you follow him on all social media. Links are all down below. It just feels so good to be back doing this show, y'all. It feels good to be back doing this. It really does. I have fun doing this podcast. I love to come on and promote people, basically. That's kind of what this show is. It's to promote people, share my thoughts on stuff going on in the Juggalo community and all that. And it's fun. I love doing this. And before we go, we do have one more thing to show. Since we are getting close to Halloween, shout outs to the homie, the homegirl who runs the one and only Cosmic Horror Show. She knows who she is. Y'all know who she is too. We're going to show, because I promised her we were going to promote Cosmic Horror Show on the show tonight. And shouts to Cosmic Horror Show, y'all. Really dope. We're going to show the Halloween drop that she did this year for Halloween from her store. So again, go order from her store. Good quality stuff. Very good deals. And fast shipping too. So let's go ahead and show Cosmic Horror Show to end the night, because I promised her I would do it. And because she's awesome. This is her Halloween drop from her store. So first and foremost, here is the jersey, the Ride-A-Man, the Hollow Wicked Ride-A-Man jersey. How good quality is that, y'all? Like these jerseys quality, the quality of these jerseys is really, really dope. And these jerseys are only $45, y'all. So very good quality, very affordable. I love the Ride-A-Man. That is so dope. You know, it's got the orange, black, and green, and purple. And on the back, it says Ride for Life. How dope is that? Who's all still here, by the way? Then we got the Ride-A-Man hoodie. How dope is this? I hope she's gonna have some of this still like after Halloween for a little bit, because this is really dope. I love this hoodie too. And I love how the bandana is like a pumpkin face. That's so dope. That's the back. And then there's the front, y'all. How dope is that? Then there's these dope pants that go with it. The joggers. Look how dope that is. Then there's the Ride-A-Man dress. Then we have the Ride-A-Man long sleeve sweatshirt. It comes in colors black, gray, and another type of gray. I don't know what you would call that. Black, gray, dark heather, and sport gray. That's what it is. Then we have the sports bra, the Ride-A-Man sports bra. She does very good designs for a lot of Juggalos, y'all. Then we got the Hollywood Ride-A-Man, the yoga leggings. Then we have the dope mug. Look how dope that is, y'all. Yeah, we'll definitely make sure to drop the link to Cosmic Horror Show. We'll drop the link in the description of the stream, definitely. Or just type in Cosmic Horror Show on Google or whatnot, and then just say Juggalo after it, and it will take you to the website. We've had her on the show before. Look at that mug. Then there's these plus size leggings. God, those are dope, y'all. Then we got the patchwork zombie ones, looking like Sally from Nightmare Before Christmas. These are dope. There's the leggings. There's the plus size leggings. There's the sports bra. There's the hoodie. Dude, this hoodie's actually really dope too. Now we got the Hollywicked Jay and Shaggy design, where it's Jay and Shaggy in Halloween design colors. I know she always does different Halloween ones. So there's the Jay and Shaggy one. Here's the grape Fago one. Dude, look how dope this hoodie is, y'all. I might have to get this hoodie or something. I hope she has some of this after Halloween for a little bit. Dude, this is dope. Look at that hoodie. It's got the clown on it. Fago clown, as he's known as. And she always does these in like different color schemes. Like she has one of these in the jersey. It's called the Cotton Candy Fago clown, which I'm definitely going to get that jersey. Look at that. Look how dope that is, y'all. There's the back. Then there's the Hollywicked Violent J one. This is dope. It's Violent J from Riddle Box era. Look how dope that is. So I know Shovel would enjoy this because it's Violent J from Riddle Box era. which is dope. There's the back. Again, these jerseys, y'all, are very good quality, and they're only $45, y'all. I have a Cosmic Horror Show jersey. I'll have to show it sometime. It's a dark one that she did for Dark Lotus. Then here's Shaggy. This one's dope. I love this one. And then there's the back. Front, that Shaggy wearing a Riddle Box jersey, which is dope. Then there's the Fago Clown sports bra. There's the leggings. There's the plus size leggings, Fago Clown ones. Here's the Shaggy one, sports bra. Here's the Shaggy plus size leggings. There's the Shaggy and, oh, these are Shaggy and Jay. And like yoga leggings, there's the eyeball, ice cream cone, sports bra, the ice cream cone leggings with pockets, the Hollow Wicked Jay and Shaggy joggers. I need to get those too. Those are dope. There's the Fago Clown leg joggers. There's the Violent J skater dress. There's the Great Fago Clown skater dress. There's Jay and Shaggy mugs. There's the Hollow Wicked Shaggy skater dress. There's the Great Fago Clown mug. These backpacks I heard are very good quality. There's the backpack with the Fago Clown. Here's the Hollow Wicked Shaggy shirt. What colors do those come in? Orange, green, purple, gray, and black. Here's the Fago Clown one. Same colors. Dude, that is dope. There's the Violent J one. There's the Fago Clown one in a sweatshirt. Here's the Violent J one in a sweatshirt. And then here's the Shaggy one in a sweatshirt. So, hell yeah, that is really dope. So, yeah, this was a very great episode of Hours of Chaos podcast, y'all. I'm glad to be back doing this. There's so much to look forward to. So, yeah, if there's any guests you guys would like to have on the show, whether you're watching or not, just let me know. We definitely have a lot of good guests already lined up. Like I said, next week, we're doing a very special Halloween edition of the Hours of Chaos podcast, where we're going to be joined by the homie Fro. So if you guys aren't doing anything for Halloween, or you just want to lay back and chill and just watch something on Halloween besides watching movies and whatnot or shows, tune into the Hours of Chaos podcast next Thursday, where we will be joined by Fro. So we're definitely going to interview him, talk about his music and all that good happy jazz. So with that being said, you guys already know who I am. I am Mr. D to the O to the N to the C to the H to the A to the O to the S, your friendly neighbor, the Juggalo, the Karma Millionaire. If you don't know, now you know. And if you still don't know, well, then it sucks to be you. Again, if you are new to the show, welcome. When you want to be notified when I'm doing the podcast or when I'm doing a video upload, just make sure you hit that notification bell. And when you hit the notification bell, it will ask you, what do you want to be notified for? Say all, and just then you'll be notified whenever I'm live, doing a new upload, when I do a community post here on my channel. yeah, make sure you check the links down below. Shouts to Shovel of Precious Juggalos. There's links to his social medias, as well as the official Precious Juggalos store. Check out my sponsors, Blind Death Clothing. Check them out down below. They're the company that sponsors me, and they're a Juggalo. They're owned by Juggalos, so go check them out. And check out my official merch store, which is called Chaos Strip with 2 P's. So go check out the official Chaos Strip store. Shout outs to Davey. He's the one who helps run my official merchandise store. And shout outs to all the artists who've done artwork designs for my merch store. So make sure you go order my stuff from my store as well, because there's a lot of good quality stuff, and it only takes like a week or two for the stuff to send. It sends pretty quick from what people have told me, and it's very good quality, very affordable, especially because now we're getting into hoodie season. We definitely have a lot of dope designs on hoodies. A lot of work goes into those designs. Like, people put in their hard work to make these designs on my official store. So go order something from my store, and when you do, send me a video and then post a picture, because there's a video project that I'm going to be working on for people that are repping Don Chaos merchandise, aka Chaos Strip. So you guys are awesome, and yeah, later, y'all. Don Chaos signing out, y'all. Whoop whoop. Later, y'all. Have a great night.